Chapter 727. Dark mysterious snake and swallowing sky lion dragon were extremely punctual. At the first designated location, they successfully regrouped with Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang did not have the time to ask about the battle situation. It was because from the observant finger jade plate, he saw that 3 elite warriors of the Supreme Tao were tracking towards his direction. The observant finger jade plate automatically collected spiritual perception. Therefore, Qin Wushuang easily judged that these people were Xin Tianwu of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Lei Yu of the Sound of Thunder sect, and Luo Tongtian of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Good one, 2 elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, Xin Tian when truly values me. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang found it funny. With the purple cloud yin-yang wings, if he urged his flying speed with all his strength, his speed would not lose to elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. Most importantly, he possessed the spiritual power pearl. He would not need to rest in the middle of the journey and could travel long distances. For such advantage, even elite warriors of the Supreme Tao could not compare to it. Therefore, in this leg competition, both sides were evenly matched. After 3 days, he received Murong Shu's spiritual perception that she had already arrived at the Tortoise King Mountain. Following Qin Wushuang's route instructions, she had successfully entered the mountain cave. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was greatly reassured. He told her to wait quietly at that mountain cave and not to worry. At most, he would arrive in half a month. When Murong Shu arrived safely, it allowed Qin Wushuang to have less worries. He decided to have some fun with this group of pursuers. After several evolutions, the purple cloud yin-yang wings were no longer the same as before. It would not be a problem to support Qin Wushuang's long-distance flight. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang also found it strange. These elite warriors of the Supreme Tao were at the Qin clan. How could they lock onto his position and chase after him with such a clear goal? Initially at the 10,000 Flower Valley, that Xin Wuji used the tracking talisman on me and was able to follow me. Could it be, these elite warriors of the Supreme Tao are repeating the same trick? However, they are attacking the aspiring throne mountain from tens and thousands of miles away. How could they use the tracking talisman on me? Qin Wushuang could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Thinking back, from beginning to end, he had not come into contact with any elite warriors during the process of invading the Xin clan. There was no possibility of him being poisoned. Could it be the defenses of the Heavenly Emperor Gate of the Xin clan can automatically place tracking talismans? As Qin Wushuang thought this way, he immediately felt it was unlikely. If the Xin clan was able to place a tracking talisman, why didn't they launch a surprise attack on him directly? When he entered the Xin clan, the seal was not activated. By the time the restriction was activated, he had already rushed out. At that time, the graceful spiritual bow was leading the way. How could the tracking talisman get close to him before the aura of the graceful spiritual bow? No, it shouldn't be the doing of the Xin clan's restrictive spells. Qin Wushuang's mind was in a mess as he began to think carefully. He recounted from beginning to end how he had come to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, captured Xin Wucho, the puppet, until he had left the Heavenly Emperor Gate. The first time, he did not discover anything. The second time, when he was talking about that Ruo Ping fairy, Qin Wushuang felt a burst of throbbing without reason. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he remembered the doubt in his mind from earlier. When he was thinking about this appointment with Ruo Ping fairy, he felt something was wrong. Now, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that there was a lump of dark clouds surrounding this Ruo Ping fairy. Could the problem be with her? Since Qin Wushuang had sensed a trace of something was wrong, he carefully recalled the conversation he had with Ruo Ping fairy. That woman said that she had a relationship with Xin Wuji. The facts proved that Xin Wuji had indeed seduced Ruo Ping fairy and used her relationship to track me. This was true. Or else, how could he have escaped from that 10,000 Flower Valley to chase after me? Ruo Ping fairy's words should be true. However, suddenly, Qin Wushuang's expression froze. She said she had taken care of Xin Wuji's remains. When Xin Wuji's body exploded, there was nothing left of him. Even his weapon had turned into fine powder. How could she have taken care of his remains? Could she have taken some soil from the area where he had exploded? Vividly, Qin Wushuang felt something was wrong. That woman is lying. She did not appear at the Heavenly Emperor Gate to deliver Xin Wuji's remains. She must have other intentions. However, even if she had other intentions, even if she had received the orders from old devilish woman Miao Yun to form an alliance with the Heavenly Emperor Gate to deal with my Qin clan, it would be a distant water that cannot quench the immediate thirst. How could the Amei Daoist sect dare to cross the forbidden spiritual zones and get involved with the internal affairs of the Shen Yuan Mound? Clearly, this is impossible. Crossing the forbidden spiritual zones and getting involved with the internal affairs of the Shen Yuan Mound was definitely not something the Amei Daoist sect would have the courage to do. Instantly, Qin Wushuang rejected this possibility. Just what does that woman want? Qin Wushuang felt that his head was about to explode. If someone had used a tracking talisman on me, this woman is the most suspicious. However, if the Amei Daoist sect were to help the Heavenly Emperor Gate in secret, they would not have just sent an insignificant head disciple. For a battle at the level of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, what could a little Ruo Ping Fairy do? Could it be that woman is not Ruo Ping Fairy? Is she someone from the Heavenly Emperor Gate? Could that commanding plate of the Amei Daoist sect be a fake? Qin Wushuang also felt it was unlikely. The martial artists of the Heavenly Emperor Gate were mainly male. Besides Xin Tianwu, there were no exceptional female martial artists. As for Ruo Ping Fairy, her cultivation was indeed at the exquisite mysterious realm. This was not false at all. If she were a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, she should be famous for having the strength of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. How could he have never heard of her? Therefore, that woman should be that Ruo Ping Fairy. As Qin Wushuang thought about it, he did not have a single clue. The only thing he was sure of was that most likely, it was that Ruo Ping Fairy who had used the tracking talisman on him. Indeed, this woman harbors unfathomable motives. At that time, if I was not in a hurry to attack the Heavenly Emperor Gate, and if I was not considering my relationship with Ruolan, how could I have let her leave so easily? As Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, he could not help but look at the observant finger jade plate. Chem? How could it be like this? Instantly, Qin Wushuang was stunned. In these past few days, he had been paying attention to the tracking of those 3 Supreme Dao elite warriors. However, he did not realize that under the powerful spiritual perception of these 3 Supreme Dao elite warriors, there was a slightly weaker spiritual perception. Indeed, this spiritual perception belonged to Ruo Ping Fairy, whom he had encountered at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. What made Qin Wushuang feel the most astonished was that vividly, the spiritual perception of this Ruo Ping Fairy gave him a familiar feeling. What is going on? Qin Wushuang felt it was inconceivable. This had completely surpassed his common sense. For this Ruo Ping Fairy, before this encounter at the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Qin Wushuang was certain that he had never seen her before. How could he feel a sense of déjà vu from her spiritual perception? The most unexpected thing was that this spiritual perception seemed to be familiar. It was incredibly tyrannical and made Qin Wushuang remember an incredibly terrifying and impossible existence. Yes, it was Xin Wuji. This spiritual perception had made Qin Wushuang think of Xin Wuji. Although compared to the Xin Wuji of the past, he was more or less different. He was less flamboyant and more calm and ruthless. However, that surge of ruthlessness had been passed down from the same origin. If Qin Wushuang had not sensed it carefully, he would not have been able to taste the subtlety within it. As a cloud of doubt rose from his heart, he repeatedly and carefully identified it. He realized that indeed, the presence of this spiritual perception was the same as that Xin Wuji. However, this observant finger jade plate clearly showed that it was Ruo Ping Fairy. Therefore, this had made Qin Wushuang feel that his common sense had been overturned. Could it be that the observant finger jade plate is displaying something wrong? Qin Wushuang felt that it was unlikely. Even a Supreme Dao elite warrior would not make it wrong. How could Xin Wuji have such great skill? Ruo Ping Fairy said that she had a one-night stand with Xin Wuji. Could it be that the spiritual perception of these two could merge through some illicit matters? This also doesn't seem right. Unless they were in eternal dual training, it would be impossible for their spiritual perception to merge. You have me in you, and I have you in me. It would be impossible for a one-night stand to leave such a deep spiritual perception mark. Qin Wushuang rejected the idea of fusion without hesitation. However, how could he explain all of this? Qin Wushuang decided to use his divine power to investigate his own situation. If that tracking talisman was still there, he should be able to feel it, even if it was just a little trace. He channeled his divine power and started to sense the trace of the tracking talisman. Indeed, to Qin Wushuang's astonishment, this tracking talisman still carried Xin Wuji's strong personal mark. Xin Wuji. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt bursts of terrifying emptiness. Could it be that this Xin Wuji is not dead? When he thought of this terrifying thought, Qin Wushuang felt waves of throbbing. Xin Wuji was not an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao. It was impossible for his divine soul to leave his body and abandon his body. Regardless, this Ruo Ping fairy must not be left alive. There are too many suspicious points about this person. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang thought to himself, perhaps, Xin Wuji also knows how to control puppets. He controlled Ruo Ping fairy and made her unswervingly loyal? Therefore, there are traces of Xin Wuji in her spiritual perception. If that's the case, with Xin Wuji's death, this puppet manipulation would have been removed. There would not be any traces of Xin Wuji. Since Xin Wuji's presence was still there was only one possibility. Xin Wuji was not dead. Qin Wushuang mumbled and cursed, Xin Wuji, this guy, I could not see through him when he faked his death and self-detonated right before my eyes. It seems that the son of the Heavenly Emperor does have some skills. I just don't know how he, at the peak of the common mysterious stage, was able to use his primordial spirit to leave his body and still live after taking over Ruo Ping fairy's body. Now, Qin Wushuang was almost certain that this Xin Wuji should not be dead. He must have used Ruo Ping fairy's body to resurrect himself. No wonder, at the Karakoram immortal clan, I did not see this Ruo Ping fairy. As the head disciple of the Amei Daoist sect and the host of the 10,000 Flower Valley, how could she not show herself? It must be. It must be. A trace of regret flashed across Qin Wushuang's mind. Initially, he was in a rush to attack the Heavenly Emperor Gate and neglected this Ruo Ping fairy. Unexpectedly, Xin Wuji was right before his eyes. Certainly that Xin Wuji is afraid of me. Or else, how could he use the identity of Ruo Ping fairy to pretend to be polite to me? It's good that you are not dead, then this time I will send you to the Western Paradise. An evil thought flashed across Qin Wushuang's mind. Instantly, murderous intentions surged like the tide from his heart. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 728. Initially, Qin Wushuang planned to erase the faint presence of that tracking talisman. However, with another thought, if he were to erase it, wouldn't he be telling the other party that he already knew they were tracking him? This would not achieve the effect of luring the enemy. I must let them feel a trace of hope. Or else, if they could not catch up to me after tracking me for a while, certainly they would have the intention to retreat. In that case, how could I kill that suspected Xin Wuji? If this person does not die, my heart will not be at peace. I must kill him. When Qin Wushuang thought here, he did not erase the presence of that tracking talisman. As long as he did not lose to the other party in terms of speed, he would have the capital to lure the enemy in for a surprise attack. After all, the observant finger jade plate was not to be trifled with. Spreading out the map of the Xian Yuan Mound, Qin Wushuang started to search for a sniping spot. Along the way, Qin Wushuang was already familiar with the terrain. In the end, he decided to choose a deep mountain of the 100 Victory Prefecture as the sniping spot. This mountain was called the Phoenix Mountain. The terrain was rather steep. Regardless of the sniping or the retreat after the sniping, it would be advantageous. Most importantly, after calculating the time, when he arrived at the Phoenix Mountain, it would be when the effect of the tracking talisman was about to end. At that time, it would be the most anxious time for the enemy. When they were at their most anxious, he would give them a trace of hope and take advantage of their weakness. After making up his mind, Qin Wushuang no longer had any doubts as he rushed towards the Phoenix Mountain with all his strength. The Phoenix Mountain was about 40 to 60% of the distance between the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Tortoise King Mountain. It was about 40% away from the Tortoise King Mountain and 60% away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It could be said that when he arrived at the Phoenix Mountain, he was already halfway there. On the other hand, Xin Tianwu and the others could not close the distance with Qin Wushuang during the first few days of tracking. Even Luo Tongtian swore, "This kid, initially when he came to cause trouble at my heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he did not even dare to come out when he saw me. How come he has improved so quickly? His speed is on par with elite warriors of the Supreme Dao stage. That kid has a pair of wings, similar to your Majesty's Heavenly Emperor wings. He has an advantage in terms of speed. You and I are flying in the air, yet he has wings. He has the advantage in terms of flying speed and posture. They consume less spiritual qi than us," Xin Tianwu analyzed calmly. When talking about Qin Wushuang's pair of wings, Xin Wuji also swore angrily, "That kid is neither a human nor a demon. I don't know where he got that pair of wings." Although Xin Wuji spoke with a sour tone, inwardly, he was extremely envious of that pair of wings. For your information, across the entire Xian Yuan Mound, he did not know about the totem powerhouses. Among the non-totem powerhouses, only his father Xin Tianwen, the Honorable Heavenly Emperor, had such a pair of wings. That was an exclusive brand. There was no other brand. Unexpectedly, Qin Wushuang encountered this exclusive signboard. Fellow Daoist Qian Wu, even if that Qin Wushuang consumes less spirit energy than us, he isn't a supreme Dao powerhouse after all. After trekking for such a long time, he'll surely exhaust his energy. In the past 2 days, I can clearly feel that the distance between us has shortened. This guy must be exhausted. This was Lei Yu's voice. Xin Tianwu said with a low voice, when competing with an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao in terms of leg power, he will surely die. However, I am wondering whether he already knows we are tracking him. Xin Wuji said, "This is not impossible. Initially when I was tracking him at the 10,000 Flower Valley, he seemed to know. He let me chase him for a long time. After all, your tracking talisman is not a supreme Dao skill. He can sense it by sensing it. With his cautiousness, it's not impossible for him to sense it. However, what if he sensed it? Since he caused a great disturbance at the Heavenly Emperor Gate, certainly he is mentally prepared to be chased by us. Everyone, don't be in a rush. Although this guy is cunning, once he leaves the defenses of the Qin clan, as an elite warrior beneath the Supreme Dao stage, he will not be able to escape. Even if he escapes to other forbidden spiritual zones, as long as there are clues along the way, we can catch up to him." Xin Tianwu was still incredibly optimistic. "We must not let him enter other forbidden spiritual zones." Lei Yu shook his head. "In that case, it will be troublesome for us to chase after him. Yes, it would be best if we can finish the battle at the Xian Yuan Mound. However, I see that this kid's escape route should be heading towards the human countries. Could it be, this kid wants to return to the human countries?" Xin Tianwu asked strangely. "Why don't we go to the human countries and annihilate that brat's secular family? How about it?" Luo Tongtian's hatred towards Qin Wushuang could not be described with a few words. Therefore, his first thought was to destroy Qin Wushuang's entire family. Xin Tianwu's expression froze. "Daoist Tongtian, did you not suffer enough last time? The great battle at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was a competition between sects inside the forbidden spiritual zones. For you to go to the human countries, you were already given a way out by the Heavenly Emperor. Or else, I am afraid your Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would have already been removed from the Xian Yuan Mound. The human countries are not as simple as you think. If you think you can do whatever you want in the human countries, then you are wrong. Once the other forbidden spiritual zones are lured to deal with the Xian Yuan Mound together, then we will have committed a great sin. The other forbidden spiritual zones are attacking the Xian Yuan Mound together. For the mere human countries." Luo Tongtian felt this matter sounded so unreliable. Xin Tianwu said with a cold sneer, "Luo Tongtian, your Heavenly Luo Daoist sect claims to have a legacy in the human countries. Your understanding of the human countries is still so shallow. Anyways, for many things, although I am not clear, I know that the human countries are not that simple. If you do not want to incite a chaotic war among the forbidden spiritual zones, it's best to not burn the flames of war to the human countries. Or else, most likely it will cause public outrage. Inwardly, Luo Tongtian smacked his tongue. Now, he knew why the Heavenly Emperor still strictly ordered them to touch the human countries despite clearly disliking the Qin clan. Most likely, this reason was within. Yet, he did not dare to ask. After chasing for another 2 days, the smile on Lei Yu's face became even richer. Good, the distance is shortened again. That kid must have exhausted all his strength. Let's work harder. In less than 2 days, we will catch up to him. Once that guy's dantian is exhausted, he will stop to rest. It's impossible for him to recover without 3 or 5 days. Therefore, our good opportunity has come. Xin Tianwu also laughed. That kid thinks he can defy the natural order with a pair of wings. He doesn't know that for elite warriors beneath the Supreme Tao stage, in the end there is a difference between them. It's not something his wings can make up for. Xin Wuji rubbed his hands and strong murderous intentions were revealed from his eyes. Aunt Tianwu, if it's possible, you must capture that Qin Wushuang alive. I still want him to suffer a bit before he dies. Xin Tianwu said leisurely, Wuji, just wait, I will certainly make him suffer a fate worse than death. Tongtian, you are in charge of protecting Wuji. Lei Yu, you and I are both at the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. We will be more thorough in our defense of the graceful spiritual bow. As long as we do not underestimate the enemy, we will not need to worry about that bow. Qin Wushuang's greatest trump card is the graceful spiritual bow. If the graceful spiritual bow cannot deal with you and me, he will have no other trump card. Lei Yu nodded. All right, just as Daoist Tianwu said, you and I will be in charge of capturing this Qin Wushuang. Although Luo Tongtian felt somewhat regretful, he also knew that he had only just entered the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage. Compared to these two elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, there was still a huge difference. When facing Qin Wushuang's graceful spiritual bow, even Lei Yiming at the 5th calamity of the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage was killed instantly, not to mention him. Therefore, not allowing him to make a move was also a form of protection. Following the gradual loss of the tracking talisman, the distance between them and Qin Wushuang kept shrinking. This caused Xin Tianwu and the others' fighting spirit to multiply. Daoist Tianwu, that Qin Wushuang is already showing signs of exhaustion. I estimate that he will certainly find a place to rest. Shouldn't you and I restrain our presence and approach quietly? Xin Tianwu muttered to herself irresolutely, analyze the terrain ahead. Xin Wuji was already studying the terrain as he said, we've already entered the 100 Victory Prefecture. Naturally, the most secretive place of this prefecture is the Phoenix Mountain. If that Qin Wushuang were to choose a place to hide, certainly it would be the Phoenix Mountain. Phoenix Mountain, then let this Phoenix Mountain become Qin Wushuang's burial place, Xin Tianwu said with an expressionless face. Like lightning, 4 figures flashed across the sky above the 100 Victory Prefecture and dropped to the area of the Phoenix Mountain. They were already certain that this Qin Wushuang must be in this area. By the way, Daoist Tianwu, do you think this Qin Wushuang can also grasp our whereabouts? If that's the case, even if he were to die, he would not choose to stop, right? Lei Yu said with concern, if he can grasp our whereabouts and still choose to stop, I am afraid he is plotting something. How can he grasp our whereabouts? Can he place tracking talismans? Even if he has this skill, we are far away in the Qin clan. By the time we return, he would have already left the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Xin Tianwu analyzed. This is true, but... Lei Yu still wanted to say something. All of a sudden, Luo Tongtian slapped his thigh. I am confused, this Qin Wushuang has a monstrous tool called the Observant Finger Jade Plate. Suddenly, Luo Tongtian remembered that this Qin Wushuang was the guy that inherited Lu Xianluo's unfulfilled wish. Luo Tongtian always wanted to get this object from Lu Xianlu. Naturally, he was extremely familiar with it. During this time, he never thought in this direction. Now, when he suddenly remembered, His heart trembled inexplicably. Lei Yu's complexion also changed slightly. This way, indeed this Qin Wushuang knows our whereabouts. However, Xin Tianwu denied it. For a craftsman that is not at the Supreme Dao stage, the things he makes can lock onto the position of Supreme Dao elite warriors. I don't believe it. Not to mention, when we returned to the Heavenly Emperor Gate, he had already left. Can the observant finger jade plate collect our divine sense aura from tens of thousands of miles away? Luo Tongtian mumbled, I am afraid that initially at the Heavenly Emperor Gate, when Qin Xiaotian took him there, he had already collected everyone's spiritual perception. Xin Tianwu said with a cold sneer, do you guys think that this Qin Wushuang is qualified to ambush us here? Lei Yu said seriously, we cannot underestimate the enemy. Although Lei Yu wanted to seek revenge from Qin Wushuang wholeheartedly, during this time, he deeply felt that this Qin Wushuang was not easy to deal with. Therefore, he became cautious inwardly. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 729. Xin Tianwu still did not agree. She raised the corner of her mouth slightly and carried a few traces of arrogance. Inside the mountain gate of the Qin clan, they have defenses and mountain protection formations. I cannot do anything to him. Outside the Qin clan, if I cannot even deal with an elite warrior beneath the Supreme Dao stage, I would have trained to the third calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage in vain. Suzerain Lei Yu, you do not lose to me in terms of strength. Do you think that even if that Qin Wushuang intended to ambush here, with his strength, even with the graceful spiritual bow, could he do anything to you and me? If it's that Qin Wushuang alone, truly he cannot threaten you and me. However, this guy has too many variables. Who knows what kind of tricks he can play? Lei Yu did not dare to boast as he was strangely cautious. A trace of mockery flashed across her eyes as Xin Tianwu said, in this case, I will go track him alone. Suzerain Lei Yu, you stay here and don't take the risk. Lei Yu laughed. Daoist Tianwu, how could I be a person that is afraid of trouble? Fear the wolf in front and the tiger in the back. It's because of this mentality that allowed that kid to be arrogant until now. If I had made up my mind to get rid of this person earlier, he would not have been left alive to cause trouble. Xin Tianwu's tone was extremely decisive. Today, regardless, we must not let him fly out of this Phoenix Mountain. After she finished speaking, Xin Tianwu dashed and transformed into a burst of red light that shone across the entire horizon. She initiated her Supreme Dao presence all of a sudden. Instantly, half of the sky above the entire Phoenix Mountain was burned red. Indeed, like a long red dragon, Xin Tianwu's figure danced in the sky with astonishing imposing manner. The frightening aura caused all the spiritual beasts in Phoenix Mountain to flee in terror. They were all terrified. Clearly, these spiritual beasts also sensed a burst of powerful crisis approaching. The powerful Supreme Dao presence broke the tranquility of the Phoenix Mountain. Xin Tianwu initiated her spiritual perception and started to search. The Supreme Dao presence gushed out and transformed into bursts of notes that kept piercing down like the tip of a needle. Qin Wushuang, I know you are hiding at this Phoenix Mountain. Today, even if I have to raise this Phoenix Mountain to the ground and move the mountains and overturn the sea, I will drag you out. Come out, come out. The echoes formed rows and rows of airwaves, pouring down like a storm. Any powerhouse below the Divine Dao realm who heard this kind of Divine Dao note would feel waves of palpitations, and their mind would be shaken. They would have to circulate their qi and resist it with all their might. Otherwise, it was very likely that the Divine Dao musical note would pierce through his primordial spirit. However, at this moment, Qin Wushuang was at ease. Although he did not enter the Divine Dao realm, regardless of whether it was the physical body or the Divine Sense realm, Qin Wushuang was not the slightest bit weaker than the Divine Dao realm. Thus, this sort of Divine Dao note was utterly incapable of setting off tempestuous waves in his heart, and it was only like a cool breeze brushing past his face, and he didn't feel much of anything at all. Clearly, although the imposing manner of this Xin Tianwu was surging, she could not lock onto his position. However, he, Qin Wushuang, could clearly locate their position. When Lei Yu saw Xin Tianwu unleashing her power, he did not dare to fall behind. His figure transformed into a white light and like lightning, he whistled in the middle of the sky. For a time, lightning flashed and thunder rolled as he went along with Xin Tianwu. To the entire Phoenix Mountain, when two transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors unleashed their divine power together, it was truly a disaster. Low-level spiritual beasts had their primordial spirits shattered and died on the spot. Spiritual beasts of a higher level could not endure it as they all fled madly towards the outside of the Phoenix Mountain. The sudden arrival of the Doomsday caused the Phoenix Mountain to fall into a boundless disaster. Qin Wushuang fixed his gaze at these two Supreme Dao elite warriors in the sky, and a trace of a proud smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. He lifted the graceful spiritual bow and dashed forward all of a sudden. Whoosh! At the same time as his body dashed forward, he activated the graceful spiritual bow. With a few whooshing sounds, the shooting sun arrows pierced through the sky continuously. Shooting from left and right, he shot 4 arrows continuously. 2 in a group, he aimed at Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu. Since he shot 4 arrows at once, naturally he did not dare to let down his guard against Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors. Of course, he also knew that even if he shot all 9 arrows, it would be impossible to defeat these Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors. His goal was only to slow down their momentum. As the saying goes, create a diversion to the east and strike in the west. His true target was Luo Tongtian and Xin Wuji. Indeed, when Luo Tongtian saw a figure dashing out all of a sudden, his eyes turned cold instantly. His pupils contracted rapidly as he roared, "Two Daoist friends, Qin Wushuang, it's Qin Wushuang." As soon as his voice dropped, Qin Wushuang urged his wings and had already expanded from a black dot into a giant figure. His wings covered the sky as he launched an attack. "Luo Tongtian, today, it's you who has come to die." Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. "Watch my arrows." When Luo Tongtian heard these words, he was shocked inwardly. He initiated the presence of his entire body and transformed into a burst of meteoric light to dash towards the sky. Clearly, he would not dare to confront the shooting sun arrows head-on. On the other hand, Xin Wuji was scared out of his wits. He did not expect that Qin Wushuang would attack so suddenly. The most terrifying part was that this Qin Wushuang did not seem to show any signs of spiritual qi exhaustion. On the contrary, he was full of vigor as if he had rested for 10 days or half a month and was at the peak of his power. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Like the northern goshawk chasing its prey, the 3 shooting sun arrows pierced through the blue dome of heaven with unstoppable power. They shortened the distance of space and caught up with Luo Tongtian despite being launched later. At this moment, the disadvantage of entering the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage was revealed without a doubt. Luo Tongtian realized that as soon as he had gotten rid of the first arrow, the following arrows were approaching him with even more ferocious power. When the shooting sun arrows arrived, the 3 bursts of golden lights were like 3 rampaging vicious beasts that emitted a suffocating devouring power. Luo Tongtian only felt a surge of scorching power invade his body. For a time, it seemed that this wave of heat had locked all of his life force. In the next moment, Luo Tongtian's divine soul trembled with despair. "Ah!" A mournful cry pierced through the vast sky. Almost at the same time, the golden lights increased tremendously. The dazzling lights rushed to the extreme as if a round of scorching sun had suddenly exploded. Tens and thousands of golden lights shot out and shattered Luo Tongtian's body into pieces. Before that fragile divine soul had the time to escape, it was swallowed by the golden lights and twisted into pieces. Almost in the blink of an eye, the life of a Supreme Dao elite warrior had been harvested. With one move of the graceful spiritual bow, Qin Wushuang seemed to have descended from the ancient murderous god. With an aggressive temperament, his murderous intentions became even richer. However, his hands did not stop as he locked onto Xin Wuji with the graceful spiritual bow. Qin Wushuang said word by word with a cold tone, "Xin Wuji, do you think that you can avoid death by disguising yourself as a woman? Today, let me see how you escape this calamity." Before his voice had dropped, the shooting sun arrows had already shot out. The golden lights were like dragons and the imposing manner like tigers. It swallowed the wind and clouds and tore the sky apart. For a time, it seemed that only this tyrannical golden lights covered the entire blue dome of heaven in the entire sky. As soon as Qin Wushuang appeared, Xin Wuji knew that something was wrong. He cried out, "Aunt, save me." Then, he turned around and drilled into the ground. "Will it work if you use the same old trick?" With a gloomy gaze, Qin Wushuang used a form of judgment to watch that golden light hit Xin Wuji's back at an even faster speed before he drilled into the ground. Boom! This time, Xin Wuji did not have the slightest trace of luck. When he was hit by this golden light, his entire body exploded at a visible speed. The shooting sun arrows hitting him was different than him exploding himself. He could cheat by self-exploding. However, the shooting sun arrows would not cooperate with him to cheat. Xin Wuji only felt a burst of despair inwardly. An endless sense of absurdity flashed across his mind. In the next moment, it had become an eternity of death. The son of the heavenly emperor was struggling at death's door. In the end, he could not escape death. After Qin Wushuang had succeeded, he gave a long roar to the sky, "Xin Tianwu, Lei Yu, if you have the guts, come after me. I would like to see how far you two can chase me." He waved his arm and all the shooting sun arrows transformed into golden lights to stick to his body. Pushed by this golden light, Qin Wushuang's body moved even faster. He urged his wings and already dashed into the sky. He merged with the white clouds in the sky and became indistinguishable. Now, Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu rushed out from the tens and thousands of golden lights. They looked at each other and a trace of fear and uneasiness flashed across their eyes. This son of the Qin clan was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, even transformation supreme Dao warriors like them could not capture his whereabouts. Daoist Tianwu, we are in big trouble. Lei Yu looked at the direction where Xin Wuji had been killed and his face was devoid of blood. When Luo Tongtian died, they would not even bat an eyelid. However, Xin Wuji was the son of the heavenly emperor, the bloodline of the heavenly emperor. He had followed them out and was shot to death by Qin Wushuang before their eyes. This was big trouble. Xin Tianwu's face was ashen. It was the first time she felt such a strong sense of defeat. An elite warrior at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage could not do anything to someone beneath the Supreme Dao stage, someone she had always regarded as an ant. "Qin Wushuang, I want you dead." Xin Tianwu's mournful roar shook the entire 100 Victory Prefecture. Xin Wuji was dead. Xin Tianwu could not accept everything. This time, it was not a fake death. Wherever the shooting sun arrows went, not even Xin Wuji's bones remained. Even his divine soul power could not escape. He was truly dead, and it was a death that no one could resurrect. Upon thinking of the possible rage from the heavenly emperor, Xin Tianwu's scalp felt numb. She called to Lei Yu, now you and I have no way out. Either we kill Qin Wushuang and seize the graceful spiritual bow, or we will go back and accept our death before the heavenly emperor. Lei Yu said with a trembling voice, "That kid would not dare to fight us head-on, he is restraining his fear of you and me. He did not go far, let's chase after him." Chase. These two elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage were also decisive people. They no longer cared about regret and sadness. Instead, they chased after Qin Wushuang without hesitation. Without the restraint of Luo Tongtian and Xin Wuji, they urged their full power and their speed was much faster than before. In the sky, they searched for Qin Wushuang's remaining presence and chased after him. They only had one thought and that was to kill Qin Wushuang and seize the graceful spiritual bow. Only in this way could they atone for their crimes and exchange their lives before the heavenly emperor. Beneath the Phoenix Mountain, it was a complete mess. Countless spiritual beasts were still endlessly terrified. They looked at the sky in panic and their eyes revealed endless fear and lingering fear. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 730. The pursuit was not as simple as they had imagined. After a few days of pursuit, they felt despair because they had lost Qin Wushuang's tracks. There were no tracking talismans, no clues, and not even the slightest clue. Currently, Xin Tianwu no longer had the slightest trace of her previous high spirits. Instead, it was replaced by a dispirited feeling of a defeated rooster. At this moment, Lei Yu did not wish to push away the responsibility to blame Xin Tianwu. It would be useless to blame Xin Tianwu now. At this point, it would be useless to blame each other. Daoist Tianwu, I must admit that you and I have already lost that kid. Lei Yu's tone was filled with bitterness. Xin Tianwu's somewhat beautiful face was now filled with a form of distortion. She almost ground her silver teeth into pieces. Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang, how did such a monstrous figure emerge from the Qin clan? You and I at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage cannot track him? Could it be this kid is already at the Supreme Dao stage and is deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lei Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. I already said that this kid's changes are endless and cannot be speculated with common sense. Daoist Tianwu, now I am worried that if we do not take out this kid now, it will be difficult to take him out when he appears again. This time, His Majesty did not chase after him personally and sent you and me. He still underestimated him. With an ashen face, Xin Tianwu must admit this fact. Regardless of her or this Lei Yu, they could definitely defeat this Qin Wushuang in a head-on confrontation. However, for such pursuit, without the help of external power, it would be impossible to keep this Qin Wushuang. This person was too monstrous. Lei Yu, you know the temper of the Heavenly Emperor. How should we explain when we return? Xin Tianwu pulled her head of fine black hair painfully. When she thought of Xin Wuji's death, she felt a burst of heartache. She even doubted whether it was a rational choice to become enemies with the Qin clan. With such a monstrous figure emerging from the Qin clan, in the future, it would definitely be a great nightmare to the Xin clan. Lei Yu gave a long sigh. We can only find an excuse. Or else, you and I will surely die when we return. Daoist Tianwu is the sister of His Majesty, perhaps it will be better. I cannot escape the responsibility. I know His Majesty's personality. If he wants to kill you, certainly he will not forgive me. This was the so-called fairness on the surface. However, he is in need of people right now, so he might not kill us. I was only worried about whether he would pursue the matter. However, as you said, we need to find an excuse. How do we make up this excuse? Lei Yu smiled bitterly. It's simple, let's just say that when we were chasing this Qin Wushuang, suddenly a divine beast appeared and restrained you and me. It allowed Qin Wushuang to kill Wuji and that Luo Tongtian. Xin Tianwu's brain worked quickly. However, Lei Yu said, there are a lot of spirit beasts in Phoenix Mountain. They all saw the battle. I'm afraid it won't be easy to make up a lie. You don't have to worry about that. The cultivation of the spirit beasts in Phoenix Mountain is ordinary. They won't be able to see what's happening in the air. This excuse was very plausible. As long as you and I keep our mouths shut. Lei Yu sighed, at this time, if I don't bite my tongue, I won't be able to get over it. Let's just say that. Through the observant finger jade plate, Qin Wushuang saw that Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu had given up their pursuit. In other words, he had escaped the crisis. Although he felt slightly relieved inwardly, he did not reveal an ecstatic expression. These two could not catch up to me. I think they must be badly battered, right? Since Xin Wuji is dead, how can they report back? Ha ha, for this difficult problem, I will let the Xin clan deal with it. It's best if there is a great internal conflict and make it impossible for Xin Tianwen to execute his attack plan. If there are no major sects to rely on, without so many Supreme Dao elite warriors stepping out, just one Xin Tianwen and one Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Qin clan can deal with them. When Qin Wushuang shot Luo Tongtian and Xin Wuji, it could be said that he had obtained a complete victory in this battle. He summoned the two spiritual beasts and asked about the attack. After hearing the result of the battle, Qin Wushuang was also incredibly happy. The degree of attack on the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa was not less than the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Naturally, this formed a tremendous strike to these three sects. At the same time, it could intimidate those three neutral sects. It could be said that he had achieved his strategic goal. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, currently, this is all I can do. I hope the headquarter of the Qin clan can stand firm. The fate of the Qin clan is the fate of all clansmen. Before I came to the Qin clan, everyone has been working hard for the future of the Qin clan. If the heavens have eyes, please protect the Qin clan. When he arrived at the Tortoise King Mountain, Qin Wushuang made sure there were no tracking or spies. Then, he quietly entered the mountain cave and regrouped with Murongshu and the others. During these days, Murongshu had been in a state of fear. Although he had already learned about the recent situation through his spiritual perception, when he saw Qin Wushuang with his own eyes, he still felt much more at ease. Boss, powerful, now even elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage cannot do anything to you. Ha ha ha, it seems that only that Xin Tianwen can make you restrain your fear, right? Qin Wushuang was not this optimistic. Bao Bao, do not underestimate the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. In a head-on confrontation, even if I have the graceful spiritual bow, it's impossible for me to resist them. If I am attacked from left and right, perhaps I will not even have the chance to escape. I was able to shoot Luo Tongtian and Xin Wuji because I used the appropriate tactics. Plus, I cheated with the observant finger jade plate. My true strength is still far inferior to those at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Yes, when you enter the Supreme Dao stage, you will not be afraid of them. Boss, are we going to the Endless Eastern Sea now? Bao Bao asked. Qin Wushuang nodded. I have been looking forward to the Endless Eastern Sea for a long time. This time, it has been delayed for too long. Initially, one only needs to possess the profound void martial stage to activate the formation. Currently, Qin Wushuang had clearly surpassed the profound void martial stage. If he had not been delayed by some matters, he would have already gone to the Endless Eastern Sea. Now, he could use this opportunity to see if there were any new fortuitous opportunities at the fifth loop of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation. Each time the Seven Deadly Arrays formation was activated, it would bring many surprises to Qin Wushuang. This time, of course, Qin Wushuang had reason to look forward to it. It was because the master of the formation mentioned that for each level of this formation, certainly the circumstances and surprises would reach a higher level. Everyone, sit on this formation. I'll activate it. The two of them and the two beasts sat on the stone formation. Qin Wushuang activated the divine light and used the same method to activate the formation. Just like the transportation method in the past, it sent them directly into the transportation channel. They didn't know how much time had passed, but when they came back to their senses, the divine light had already dissipated, and the place they were in was another world. The Endless Eastern Sea. Truly, they had arrived at the Endless Eastern Sea. Although they were in a mountain cave, the exotic atmosphere was fully displayed even in this mountain cave. There was nothing special about the setup of each loop of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation. However, to Murongshu, it was the first time he had experienced the miraculous aspects of this formation. Naturally, he found it to be extremely novel. Brother Qin, does this formation have a total of 7 levels? Yes, the Seven Deadly Arrays formation has 7 levels. However, I don't know what the 6th and 7th levels look like. Perhaps, the 6th level is only the continuation of the 5th level. However, according to the hint from the master of the formation, the 7th level should have surpassed the level of the first 6 levels. It should be the core of the entire formation. It's too miraculous. I really don't know who set up such a powerful formation that could cross so many forbidden spiritual zones. It's incredible. Murongshu knew deeply that to have such a method, it must be a supreme power of creation. Or else, how could the creation of the transportation formation exist through the forbidden spiritual zones? However, Bao Bao laughed. Boss, the first 3 loops of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation are all in the human countries. The 7th loop is the most special place. This way, only the 4th to 6th loops are in the forbidden spiritual zones. The 4th loop is in the Shen Yuan Mound and the 5th loop is in the Endless Eastern Sea. Then, which forbidden spiritual zone do you think the 6th loop will be in? Only 2 of the 5 forbidden spiritual zones have appeared. The remaining 6th loop must be one of the 3. Qin Wushuang laughed. There will be a hint when you activate the formation. Sit on the side and don't move recklessly. Be careful of the formation's attack. Murong Shu knew the depth of the situation. He took Bao Bao and Lone and sat on the side quietly. With the experience from the previous loops, Qin Wushuang easily found the core of the fifth loop. He initiated his spiritual qi and activated the formation instantly. Initially, the lowest requirement for this fifth loop was to be at the profound void martial stage. Qin Wushuang was already at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Naturally, the speed of activating the core of this loop was much faster than he had imagined. That familiar and ancient voice sounded again. Lucky one, congratulations. Since you are able to reach this fifth loop, it means that your strength has already reached a higher level. You are qualified to break into the high-end world of the Tianxian land. Perhaps, you are at the profound void martial stage, perhaps you are already at the perfect void martial stage, or even higher. These are not important. The higher your strength, the more advantageous it will be for you. However, please remember, the next loop is also the most crucial one besides the seventh loop of the seven deadly arrays formation. It is set at the heavenly fire southern border. You must never go without being at the supreme Tao stage. Different than the previous loop, this loop had given this warning from the beginning. Clearly, this warning was extremely important. Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive as he thought inwardly, only those at the supreme Tao stage can explore the heavenly fire southern border. It seems that the sixth loop of the heavenly fire southern border is extremely important. At the same time, it is also extremely dangerous. After a pause, that voice continued to speak. When you arrive at the endless Eastern Sea, compared to the Shen Yuan Mound, to human martial artists, the degree of danger has increased by at least 5 times. Therefore, for this loop, the first gift for you is a set of Supreme Tao armor to replace the original Azure armor. A set of Supreme Tao armor? It seemed that he did not need the reward. For the Supreme Tao armor, Qin Wushuang had already acquired one when he won the championship at the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Of course, one would never complain about having too many of such good things. This loop was prepared for the profound void martial stage. Initially, the Supreme Tao armor was extremely precious. The reason why Qin Wushuang was not moved was because he had progressed too quickly. Additionally, he had already acquired a set of Supreme Tao armor and the Supreme Tao fruit that was even more precious than the armor. This way, he had such thoughts. The second one is a book called Forging Mysterious Record. It is a secret book that talks about the essence of the training of the Supreme Tao stage. Even Supreme Tao elite warriors would fight over it until their heads bled. As for the third one, it's a must for you to survive at the endless Eastern Sea, the illusory water wheel. This object is a must for human martial artists to enter the endless Eastern Sea. Only this object can travel in the water as if it were flat ground. It can ignore the power of the endless Eastern Sea. There are 10 of these illusory water wheels. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang found it strange. Why would 10 be prepared? Could it be that the owner of this formation knew the future and knew that he would bring his friends? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 731. Of course, considering the sealed spiritual beasts in the fourth loop, it was easy to understand why 10 illusory water wheels appeared in this loop. While Qin Wushuang was lost in thought, that voice continued to speak. The fourth item, and the most important one, are 2 Heaven Escape books. This Heaven Escape book will allow you to escape before any crisis. Regardless of the level of the elite warrior you are facing, under any kind of environment, you can escape with the help of this Heaven Escape book. However, this Heaven Escape book is a consumable item. You can only use it twice. This object is not ordinary. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is not recommended to use it easily. Also, within 3 meters of this object, you can bring your allies with you to escape. It seems that this endless Eastern Sea was indeed the most dangerous forbidden spiritual zone. It was apparent just by looking at the Heaven Escape book prepared at the 5th loop. For the 10 scrolls of the endless Eastern Sea map, I have already prepared them for you at the 4th loop. Lucky one, enjoy the journey at the endless Eastern Sea. Remember, Before entering the Supreme Tao stage, do not try to enter the sixth loop. Remember. After he had finished speaking, this voice gradually became dim until it became completely silent. Qin Wushuang withdrew his divine power and let out a light breath. He walked out from the stone formation and said to Murongshu with a smile, "All right, this is the procedure for each loop." Murongshu opened her thin lips lightly and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, this formation is truly miraculous. It's a rare commodity worth hoarding. No wonder Big Brother Qin has always given people many pleasant surprises all along. Looks like this array formation's contribution indeed cannot go unnoticed. Haha, Sister Murong, since my boss inherited this formation, it proves that he is the chosen one. Whatever heavenly Luo Daoist sect, whatever heavenly emperor gate, in the end they will certainly turn into ashes when they go against my boss." Bao Bao spoke with an exaggerated tone. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "Bao Bao, don't flatter me. The head chief asked us young disciples to escape and ask for help from the totem powerhouses of each forbidden spiritual zone. Initially at the Illusion Heavenly Lake, when I won the exam, many totem elite warriors of the forbidden spiritual zone were not friendly to me. Therefore, this time, the mission is rather difficult. Sure, I plan to take you guys to visit a friend." "Friend? Boss, you also have friends at the Endless Eastern Sea?" Bao Bao blinked his eyes and revealed an extremely curious expression. "Boss, this is so rare." Murongshu also felt somewhat strange. At the Endless Eastern Sea, human martial artists rarely got involved, let alone friends. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "That's a friend I made in the human countries. Moreover, he is the one who gifted me the graceful spiritual bow." "Graceful spiritual bow?" Bao Bao opened his mouth widely. "Boss, that powerful bow of yours that can kill in all directions was given to you by a friend?" "Yes, Big Brother Shong Yi gave it to me." Qin Wushuang said with a smile. At that time, Big Brother Shong Yi only said that this bow was no small matter and that it was a very powerful bow. I didn't know that this graceful spiritual bow actually had such an origin. This is unbelievable. Who gave me such a great killing weapon? Bao Bao mumbled, "It's a pity that I, the great descendant of the immemorial spiritual monkey, do not have a single suitable supreme Tao weapon." Qin Wushuang laughed. "This Endless Eastern Sea is a paradise for you beast clans. Bao Bao, if you want a supreme Tao weapon, let's see if there are any fortuitous opportunities at the Endless Eastern Sea." Bao Bao also pulled his fist and cried out, "Boss, at the forbidden spiritual zone dominated by human martial artists, you were in the limelight. Now at the forbidden spiritual zone dominated by the beast clans, it's time for you to see my great power, right? Haha, boss, I must break into the supreme Tao stage at the Endless Eastern Sea. You have ambition, but you still need to work hard." Qin Wushuang knew that Bao Bao was also at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. With his bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey, it would not be impossible for him to enter the supreme Tao stage. As for the purple flame electric beast, although he didn't say anything, the glint of determination in his eyes had completely revealed his determination. These three had been together not long after they had stepped onto the path of martial arts. In the beginning, their strength was ahead of Qin Wushuang. Up to this point, the purple flame electric beast was the one that fell behind the most. Being a spiritual beast, of course he had his pride. Murongshu revealed a charming smile. "You guys just work hard. A while ago, I was dragged by my father for special training and am somewhat numb to training." Bao Bao chuckled. "Sister Murong, what are you afraid of? You just need to train casually. When you reach the peak of the common mysterious stage of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, ask Boss Wushuang to give you a supreme Tao fruit and you will enter the supreme Tao stage. It's the same as saving a few decades of hard work." Murongshu was not angry as she said with a radiant smile, "Little monkey, even if I enter the supreme Tao stage, I cannot compare to your bloodline of the immemorial spiritual monkey." Bao Bao was proud as he boasted, that's right, besides boss, no one can compare to me." Qin Wushuang did not continue to argue with Bao Bao. Instead, he wandered around the cave a few times to get a general understanding of the layout and the surrounding terrain. At the Endless Eastern Sea, The core area was not the surface of the sea, but the underwater waters. Naturally, this formation was located at the bottom of the sea. However, this was the most miraculous part of this creation. Even at the bottom of the sea, regardless of this cave or the surrounding area, almost no water could invade. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, this water cannot invade. Is it the defenses of the cave itself? Or is it the case for the underwater mountain ranges of the endless eastern sea? The water in the surrounding area was also incredibly stable. Through observation of the terrain, Qin Wushuang knew that this area was an area where the underwater mountain ranges gathered. Of course, this cave was chosen at the most precipitous place and the place where it would not be easily discovered. Qin Wushuang wandered a few times and returned to the cave. He said, "Each of you will get one illusory water wheel. This object will ensure that you will walk on the endless eastern sea as if you are walking on flat ground. It will allow you to feel the water pressure as if you are feeling the air. This formation is good." Bao Bao took it and chuckled. After equipping this illusory water wheel, Qin Wushuang said, "This cave is located at the Green Jade Wood Gulf. At the endless eastern sea, one gulf is equivalent to 7 or 8 prefectures in the Shenyuan Mound. The entire endless eastern sea has about 20 gulf. At the endless eastern sea, there are the true 9 dragon clans and the non-traditional 9 dragon clans. On the surface, they are all descendants of the dragon clans and the rulers of the endless eastern sea. Each clan is equivalent to a suzerain of a gulf. The totem powerhouse of the endless eastern sea is the Forefather Dragon Clan. The Forefather Dragon Clan has the surname Ao. Ao. Bao Bao muttered this surname and laughed. This surname is rather interesting. Yes, the surname Ao is the characteristic of the totem powerhouse. At the endless eastern sea, anyone with the surname Ao is a disciple of the totem clan. However, it's rumored that although the totem clan is honorable, it's extremely difficult to nurture the bloodline. Therefore, the number of people of the totem clan has never flourished. It's because the Forefather Dragon Clan refuses to marry with the other true 9 dragon clans and the non-traditional 9 dragon clans. This is to maintain the purity of the bloodline of the Forefather Dragon Clan. However, it also makes it more difficult for them to reproduce. On the contrary, the true 9 dragon clans and the non-traditional 9 dragon clans are extremely open about their bloodline. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang introducing the information of the endless eastern sea, Murongshu was also fascinated. Suddenly, he said, "Brother Qin, this way, when we arrive at the endless eastern sea, could it be that our phantom dragon egg will have a chance to hatch?" To the floating snow house, after Murong Qianji had entered the Supreme Tao stage, the position of the floating snow house had risen along with the tide. If the bloodline of the immemorial phantom dragon could be hatched, it would be equivalent to the floating snow house gaining another Supreme Tao warrior. Additionally, Supreme Tao spiritual beasts were almost unique in the Shenyuan Mound. This would ensure that the floating snow house would be qualified to enter the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Qin clan must rise up and seize the Heavenly Emperor seat again. Or else, if the Xin clan was still in charge of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, it would be impossible for the floating snow house to enter the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Upon hearing Murongshu's question, Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "If we only need the dragon breath of the dragon clan to hatch the bloodline of the immemorial phantom dragon, then my sealed spiritual beast, swallowing sky lion dragon, is from the lion dragon clan of the non-traditional 9 dragon clans. If I had not been busy, I would have already let it hatch." After he had finished speaking, he took out the sealed scroll and summoned the swallowing sky lion dragon. "Master, there is another battle." The swallowing sky lion dragon was in high spirits. Suddenly, the expression of the swallowing sky lion dragon changed. Instantly, his expression became solemn as he stuttered, This is the endless eastern sea. My homeland." Suddenly, the rims of the eyes of the swallowing sky lion dragon turned red. Although sealed spiritual beasts did not have any emotions to speak of, such primitive state of mind was automatically imprinted in their spiritual perception. When they arrived at the endless eastern sea, naturally, they would develop a form of intimacy with their homeland. Qin Wushuang did not hide it. "Yes, swallowing sky, this is the endless eastern sea." "Good. Very good. The tone of the swallowing sky lion dragon was also full of bitterness. When we arrived at the endless eastern sea, the nest of the lion dragon clan is here. Unfortunately. Ha ha. Swallowing sky, when I am strong enough, I will be able to break your sealed contract and restore your freedom. By that time, it will not be difficult for you to return to the lion dragon clan. The swallowing sky lion dragon said with gratitude, if I can truly regain my freedom, I will also vow to follow you in battle. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. Those are all for later. Lion dragon, let me ask you, I have an egg with the bloodline of the immemorial phantom dragon. I heard that it will hatch with the dragon breath, is that true? The swallowing sky lion dragon nodded. Basically, it's like that. For the dragon clan, usually the male dragon has a stronger dragon breath. Therefore, it's the male dragon that incubates the egg. Bao Bao twitched his mouth into a grin. Daddy. The swallowing sky lion dragon rolled his eyes. Little monkey, what do you know? This is the inheritance of the great dragon clan. It's not like you uncivilized beast clans, you don't have the slightest maternal instinct. Qin Wushuang took out the bloodline of the immemorial phantom dragon and said to the swallowing sky lion dragon, then try, use your dragon breath and see if you can hatch this little immemorial phantom dragon. The swallowing sky lion dragon took the egg of the phantom dragon and sensed it for a moment. Then, he nodded. Indeed, there is the presence of a dragon beast inside. It's extremely ancient and has a feeling of coming from the ancient wilderness. Let me try. When he found a quiet and refreshing area, the swallowing sky lion dragon initiated his dragon breath and really hatched it. With this effort, a day and night had passed. Sweat emerged from the forehead of the swallowing sky lion dragon as he said to Qin Wushuang with a bitter smile, Master, most likely this phantom dragon egg is extraordinary. Even with my dragon breath, I cannot hatch it and there is not the slightest movement. Although the little guy inside has not been born, his spiritual awareness has already reached the level of a bandit. My communication is like a stone sinking into the sea. The swallowing sky lion dragon was an invincible existence beneath the supreme Tao stage. Even his dragon breath could not hatch it. Then, the bloodline of this immemorial phantom dragon was too pure, too pure. To be continued. If you want to know what happened later, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 732. Qin Wushuang and Murongshu looked at each other in dismay. They always thought that an elite warrior of the dragon clan could hatch this phantom dragon egg. Unexpectedly, swallowing sky lion dragon could not do it. This was somewhat out of Qin Wushuang's expectation. As he looked at the phantom dragon egg lying there quietly, it emitted a wave of unique bewitching aura. Only, although this wave of bewitching aura was unique, it did not appear evil. On the contrary, it appeared to emit a wave of majestic and ancient presence. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. This bloodline of the phantom dragon should be a genuine immemorial bloodline. Only those bloodlines inherited from the ancient desolate era would have such a rich presence. Bao Bao, what do you think? Bao Bao laughed. Boss, I am sure that this bloodline is also an immemorial bloodline. Its presence is stronger than mine. Most likely, this phantom dragon bloodline is born at the supreme Tao stage and grows at a rapid speed. Bao Bao, for the battle of the geniuses, you must work hard. Bao Bao said with extreme confidence, Boss, don't worry, I will not lose to this little guy that has not been born yet. You cannot say that it has not been born yet. In fact, it has already been born. Only, it is nurturing life inside the phantom dragon egg. In fact, this is also a training process. Yes, then I will compete with it. I must achieve the supreme Tao stage before it breaks out of the egg, humph. Alright, let's adjust ourselves in this cave for now, consolidate our strength and get familiar with the map of the endless eastern sea. In 3 days, we will depart officially and head to the Falling Treasure Gulf. It was the ruling place of the Coiled Dragon Clan. There, the Coiled Dragon Clan was the absolute overlord and possessed absolute ruling power. Shongyi's father-in-law, Longdabao, was one of the patriarchs of the Coiled Dragon clan. He was one of the most powerful in the clan. Across the entire Endless Eastern Sea, besides the totem forefather dragon clan, the entire Coiled Dragon clan definitely ranked in the top 3 among the true 9 dragon clans and the non-traditional 9 dragon clans. According to the map, in fact, the Falling Treasure Gulf was a gulf adjacent to the Endless Eastern Sea and the human countries. Inside the Endless Eastern Sea, it could be said to be a rather desolate place. If Qin Wushuang had entered through the entrance of the human countries, it would be closer. The Jadewood Gulf of the Fifth Loop was located in the middle of the Endless Eastern Sea. It was further away from the Falling Treasure Gulf. Qin Wushuang was also helpless. He stared blankly at the map for a moment. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Monarch Gate chasing after me all over the world, I would rather return to the human nations and set off from there. Boss, we can return to the 4th ring, and then use the formation to return to the 3rd ring. Wasn't the 3rd ring in the human countries? This way, we will be close. Bao Bao suggested. It was not that Qin Wushuang had not considered this situation, yet he still shook his head. Bao Bao, the moment we came out from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I already notified the Stargaze Palace and my people to enter the Endless Eastern Sea to avoid disaster. If I were to return to the human nations, if the Heavenly Emperor Gate spies were to see me, it would bring disaster to the entire human nations. Besides, I do not want to expose the secret of the Endless Eastern Sea entrance to them. If the Heavenly Emperor Gate learns that my family and colleagues are hiding at the entrance of the Endless Eastern Sea, the Heavenly Emperor Gate will certainly capture them and threaten me. Bao Bao nodded. That's right, it seems we cannot go there. Or else, if the Heavenly Emperor Gate learns that they are hiding at the Endless Eastern Sea, it would be terrible. Yes. The strength of the Heavenly Emperor is extraordinary. Perhaps those beneath the Supreme Tao stage could not do anything to the 3 forbidden gates of the Endless Eastern Sea. However, for a genuine Supreme Tao warrior like the Heavenly Emperor, it's another story whether the barriers would work. Murongshu also said, Brother Qin, let's go through the Green Jade Gulf. Although it's a few million miles, as long as we fly at full speed, it won't take too long. Okay, in 3 days, we will depart on time. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang had arrived at the 5th ring. However, the Heavenly Emperor Gate was in a complete mess. Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen was almost driven mad. Without the need for Xin Tianwu to report Xin Wuji's death, he sensed it immediately. After confirming Xin Wuji's death, Xin Tianwen flew into a thunderous rage. He directly ordered Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu to capture Qin Wushuang. However, Qin Wushuang had already arrived at another forbidden spiritual zone through the formation. Even if the Heavenly Emperor Gate were to search the entire Xian Yuan Mound, it would be impossible for them to find Qin Wushuang. While Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu were busy for a while, in the end they could not find Qin Wushuang. Under the raging fury of the Heavenly Emperor, they returned to the Heavenly Emperor Gate to await the punishment from the Heavenly Emperor. Although these two had already made up their minds, they were still on tenterhooks inwardly. After all, the power of the Heavenly Emperor was unfathomable. Who knew whether or not the Heavenly Emperor would kill them directly under his fury? Although the Heavenly Emperor was in dire need of manpower, indeed the death of Xin Wuji had offended the Heavenly Emperor's reverse scale. Under Xin Tianwen's feet, Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu both knelt on one knee and did not dare to utter a sound. Before the Heavenly Emperor asked questions, the only thing they could do was to remain silent and wait for the Heavenly Emperor to ask questions. Tianwu, earlier, how did you boast in front of me? Xin Tianwen's tone was incredibly indifferent. However, within this indifference, there were traces of coldness. Xin Tianwu said with fear and trepidation, Your Majesty, who would have expected that Qin Wushuang had colluded with a Supreme Tao spiritual beast? If the Supreme Tao spiritual beast had not suddenly appeared and restrained me and Lei Yu, how could that Qin Wushuang have the chance to shoot Wuji and Luo Tongtian to death? Divine beast! Xin Tianwen raised his brow and a trace of doubt emerged from his dignified face. Xin Tianwu said, Yes, Your Majesty, this kid Qin Wushuang is incredible. If we do not take him out soon, he will certainly become a great disaster in the future. In my opinion, we must kill this kid. Your Majesty, Daoist Tianwu is right. Qin Wushuang is extraordinary. There are too many mysteries surrounding this kid. It seems that he always has endless trump cards and unexpected moves. For now, he would not dare to fight against elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. However, with time, who knows whether or not he would not fear them? By that time, I am afraid that besides your majesty, no one could do anything to him, right? It seemed as if someone had whipped Shin Tianwen's face as his facial muscles squirmed. Qin Wushuang, just what fortuitous opportunity did this devilish figure get? Shin Tianwen also had a lot of knowledge about the history of the Qin clan. In terms of the history of the Qin clan, even at their most prosperous and most exceptional generation, it seemed that there was no such devilish figure as Qin Wushuang. Beneath the Supreme Dao stage, he could kill elite warriors of the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage. Even elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage could not do anything to him. Due to his understanding of the Qin clan, he felt even more astonished by the appearance of Qin Wushuang. Now, even Shin Tianwen, the Heavenly Emperor, also felt a surge of strong uneasiness at the speed of Qin Wushuang's growth. Tian Chen, have you arranged everything that I asked you to do earlier? It's all arranged. As soon as you gave the order, I informed all the prefecture masters to activate all surveillance and all intelligence systems. Even if that Qin Wushuang transformed into a mosquito, he could not escape. Then now, there should be some news. The Heavenly Emperor said with dignity. Your Majesty, I am worried that Qin Wushuang would escape to other forbidden spiritual zones. Shin Tianchen asked. It's not impossible. Shin Tianwen said with a low voice. However, if all intelligence systems are activated, that Qin Wushuang would not have escaped into thin air to go to other forbidden spiritual zone. Regardless of which forbidden spiritual zone he goes to, he must pass through many prefectures. Yes, so it's even stranger. Up to this point, there is no accurate information. Investigate, keep investigating, keep a close eye on the direction of the human countries. Certainly that Qin Wushuang is worried that we would make a move on the people of the human countries. Your Majesty, for that human country, I already sent some trusted aides to investigate. If it doesn't work, should we capture a few of his family and colleagues? I have already inquired that Qin Wushuang has a father, a sister, and a teacher in the human countries. To him, these three people are the most important. As long as we capture any one of these three, Shin Tianwen said with a low voice, this is taking a risk out of desperation. Even for the Heavenly Emperor Gate, we cannot make a move on the human countries, or else, most likely it would cause a great chaotic war in the forbidden spiritual zones. To make a move there, we must take care of all the aftermath and make sure no one knows. Ha, isn't that a straightforward matter? We are not the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, how could we not do things cleanly? Shin Tianchen was rather confident in this aspect. Yes, have the people we sent arrived at the human countries? It should be soon, Shin Tianchen said. Let me contact them. After communicating with the communication jade plate for a while, Shin Tianchen's expression became solemn as he said, Your Majesty, they are already here. However, that heavenly royal mansion, the main figures of the Stargaze Palace are all gone. Gone. Shin Tianwen's expression turned cold as he immediately understood. His teeth emitted a creaking sound. Indeed, this kid Qin Wushuang is cunning, he has already prepared against us. Suddenly, Shin Tianchen said, Your Majesty, how big is that human countries, where could they hide? Shin Tianwen glared at him. This will depend on how capable the people you sent are. I am worried that they will hide and it will be difficult to find them. That Stargaze Palace is close to the endless Eastern Sea. If they hide there, we will not find them at all. Endless Eastern Sea? Shin Tianwen gave a cold sneer. With the little skills of the human countries, they would be courting death if they went to the endless Eastern Sea. At least, they would have a slim chance of survival. Shin Tianchen said, Your Majesty, if they are truly hiding at the endless Eastern Sea, when that Qin Wushuang returns to the human countries, he will certainly regroup with them at the endless Eastern Sea. Let's send people to wait for him at the human countries. Perhaps, we will receive a miraculous effect. Shin Tianwen nodded slightly. After a moment of thinking, he shouted, Tianwu, I will give you another chance to redeem yourself. Your Majesty, please instruct me. I will lend you the god-killing bow for now. The power of this bow is the top among the genuine divine 6 weapons. When Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors meet this bow, they will surely die. Take this bow and wait at the entrance of the endless Eastern Sea. Once that Qin Wushuang comes there, use this bow to kill him. Let him know that not only does he know how to use the bow, the Heavenly Emperor Gate also has a supreme divine bow. Yes. Fervent lights flashed from Xin Tianwu's eyes. With the god-killing bow at hand, if she were to meet that Qin Wushuang, it would be strange if she did not shoot him to death. Initially at the Phoenix Mountain, if she had the god-killing bow, how could she have allowed Qin Wushuang to kill Xin Wuji with ease? Today, I will update at 5. Regardless of how late it is, I will only rest after updating. I will risk it all. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 733. Xin Tianwen was in a rush to kill Qin Wushuang that he even took out the genuine divine 6 weapons. For this thing, Xin Tianwen had never shared it with his subordinates. Just when Xin Tianwu was about to depart with the god-killing bow, suddenly Xin Tianchen said, "Hold on, Tianchen, what else do you have to say?" Xin Tianwu looked at him with some suspicion. "Tianwu, initially when you and Lei Yu chased after Qin Wushuang, didn't Wuji say that Qin Wushuang had some observant finger jade plate? If he has that thing, your infiltration is a waste of effort. He will not be able to approach. Therefore, if you are going, you must change your spiritual perception." That's right. Xin Tianwu gave a long sigh. That kid is truly devilish. With that observant finger jade plate, it's truly not easy to approach him. Xin Tianwen said with a cold sneer, "This is easy. It's only a spiritual perception search technique. Tianwu, I will bestow you with a hidden soul talisman. Wear this talisman and it will protect you from having any spiritual perception." "How could he find you?" Xin Tianwu said with great joy, "If that's the case, as long as the whereabouts of that Qin Wushuang falls into my hands, I must kill him." "Yes, go." Xin Tianwen flicked his finger and a burst of earthy yellow light drew an arc and attached itself to Xin Tianwu's body. After Xin Tianwu thanked him, she immediately departed and flew towards the human countries. "Your Majesty, for the matter of Wuji, you must restrain your grief. Now, the Qin clan will certainly be happy to see us in a chaotic situation. Therefore, regardless, we must not lose our footing. All arrangements must be carried out step by step. As long as that Qin Wushuang does not walk out of the Xian Yuan Mound, we will not be afraid of him flying anywhere. As soon as he appears, we will surround and kill him." Among the 6 major sects, besides our Heavenly Emperor Gate, each sect has 1 Transformation Supreme Tao warrior. It's more than enough to surround and kill that Qin Wushuang. During the trip to the Illusion Heavenly Lake, Xin Tianchen had suffered at the hands of the Qin clan. He had learned a profound lesson. However, this Xin Tianchen was not a brainless person. On the contrary, he had some specialty in strategy and allowed him to receive the favor and trust of the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, only he could speak before the Heavenly Emperor. Xin Tianwen took a light breath and nodded. "When pursuing Qin Wushuang, we should change our strategy. If we chase after him openly, it would be too much of a show and it would be easy for him to find out. It was impossible for him to guard against the pursuit in the dark. With the dense information network of the entire Xian Yuan Mound, unless he doesn't appear, as soon as he appears, he will have nowhere to hide. Your Majesty is wise." Xin Tianchen said with great joy, "Now, for the aspiring Throne Mountain, we cannot let them be arrogant for too long. Ian, pass down my orders. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., we will attack aspiring Throne Mountain for the 2nd time. As long as the Qin is not destroyed, I swear I will not withdraw." Although Lei Yiming and Luo Tongtian, 2 great Supreme Tao elite warriors, had died, as well as a group of exquisite mysterious boundary experts, the main force of the Heavenly Emperor Gate did not suffer any serious injuries. Xin Tianwen, Xin Tianchen, and Xin Tianchong, the 3 elite warriors of the Xin clan, Lei Yu, the Transformation Supreme Dao elite warrior of the Sound of Thunder sect, and the two brothers Yang Beifei and Yang Guinan of the Heavenly Punishing Villa. For the other three major sects, under the situation where Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen used both hard and soft tactics, in the end, they were unable to withdraw successfully. They also knew that they were grasshoppers on the same rope as the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Inside the Qin clan, due to the head chief, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive and tragic. Only, in the recent half-month, the head chief was in a good situation. It was because the Nirvana heavenly plow was not activated by divine power. It was almost in a silent state and did not consume any divine soul power. Therefore, the head chief was able to rest. He had more or less recovered some vital energy and received some rest. Now, inside the upright morality hall, the clansmen of the Qin clan also gathered together. Ji Song had a short temper as he asked first, "Third chief, is the head chief all right?" For now, the situation is stable. In half a month, his divine soul has almost recovered, it's not a big problem. Everyone, don't worry, the divine power of the head chief is far beyond our imagination. Yes, that's good. For this Heavenly Emperor Gate, I don't know what they are up to. Ji Song swore. It would be best if that Xin Tianwen suddenly died. Ha ha, that would be perfect. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. For someone as ambitious and ruthless as Xin Tianwen, before his destiny runs out, he will not die so easily, Ji Huai said coldly. Not dead. Sooner or later, he will be our prey. Qin Chongyang said, "Everyone, this time, you don't need to worry about the Xin clan playing any tricks." Wu Shuang attacked the Heavenly Emperor Gate and caused a ruckus in the Xin clan, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder sect. Without some time to deal with the aftermath, certainly it will not work. Additionally, they will certainly send people to kill Wu Shuang. With this delay, it goes without saying that their morale will be damaged. Even if Xin Tianwen can control the situation with his Heavenly Emperor prestige, certainly the other 5 major sects will not be as high-spirited as before. Wu Shuang's surprise attack is much better than I expected. This is an unexpected surprise. Yes, it's too unexpected. When he left, he never said he would attack the Heavenly Emperor Gate. This is simply too creative, and also very bold. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. For us old guys, we have no choice but to admit that we are old. Now, it's the young people's world. Third chief, is Wu Shuang safe now? He could not have been caught by those bastards from the Heavenly Emperor Gate, right? Don't worry, of course Wu Shuang has his sense of propriety. Now, he should be out of trouble. Qin Chongyang said seriously, "Everyone, get ready for another battle." Since that Xin clan failed to deal with Wu Shuang, they will certainly shift their anger to the aspiring Throne Mountain. This battle has just begun. Yes, Wu Shuang and the others are doing a great job outside. For those of us who are guarding at home, we must not mess things up. Or else, when Wu Shuang and the others return, we cannot face them. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Qin Wu Shuang still focused on training the graceful spiritual bow. Unexpectedly, besides this graceful spiritual bow being helpful to the tempering of his spiritual perception, it also increased his strength significantly. Unconsciously, Qin Wu Shuang already showed signs of touching the peak of the common mysterious stage. Of course, Qin Wu Shuang would not act with undue haste. He knew that the tempering of the spiritual perception with the graceful spiritual bow was a good process. It would build a solid foundation for him to enter the Supreme Tao stage. For the Supreme Tao stage, the Divine Soul stage was incredibly important. A powerful Divine Soul would determine the height and breadth of the Supreme Tao stage. To walk further on the Supreme Tao stage, a powerful Divine Soul stage was incredibly important. A group of 2 humans and 2 beasts stepped onto the Endless Eastern Sea journey. With Qin Wu Shuang's strength, at the Endless Eastern Sea, as long as he did not encounter elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, he was basically invincible. Therefore, although this trip was dangerous, basically, as long as he did not encounter those super monstrous warriors of the Endless Eastern Sea, it would not be a big problem. 4 ordinary spiritual beasts beneath the Supreme Tao stage, Qin Wushuang could just summon the dark mysterious snake and swallowing sky lion dragon to clear the way. It would be enough to clear the area. Similar to the Shen Yuan Mound, ordinary Supreme Dao elite warriors would not leave their sects easily and would not wander around. Therefore, for Qin Wushuang's trip, although they encountered various kinds of problems each day, almost all of them were solved easily and did not encounter any difficulties. After about 1.5 months, Qin Wushuang and his group arrived at the Falling Treasure Gulf. When Shangyi received Qin Wushuang's spiritual perception, he had already arrived at the border of the Falling Treasure Gulf to welcome them. Between the major clans of the Endless Eastern Sea, usually they would not barge into other territories. Therefore, Shangyi could only welcome them within the territory of the Falling Treasure Gulf. After leaving the Falling Treasure Gulf, with his identity as the son-in-law of the Coiled Dragon clan, it would be rather sensitive. When the two brothers met again, Shangyi roared with laughter. "Brother, I thought you would not come this quickly. I didn't expect that you really came. Great. This time, you are not allowed to leave until you stay at my place for 3 or 5 years." When Qin Wushuang saw that Shangyi's personality had become so cheerful, he also felt incredibly gratified inwardly. "This must be my sister-in-law, ha ha. Big brother Shangyi, hello." Murong Shu nodded and said courteously, "Good, good. Ha ha, brother. I can see with one look that your sister-in-law is a refined and virtuous girl. Nice, she matches well with your personality." Su Mi, who was on the side, teased him, "Big brother Shangyi, are you saying that our personalities are not compatible? Or are you blaming me for not having a virtuous personality?" Shangyi touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Su, I didn't mean it this way. Your personality matches well with mine. Ha ha, or else, how could you and I have today's fate?" Su Mi rolled her eyes and pulled Murong Shu's hand with a chuckle. "Little sister Murong, let's go talk, let's not stay with these big men." "Ha ha, indeed sister Su and big brother Shangyi are a good match," Murong Shu also said with a smile. "Hehe, that silly boy. Only I, your elder sister, would fancy him." Su Mi asked with a full smile. "Sister, why didn't you tell us you were coming to the Endless Eastern Sea?" "We came in a hurry, sister Su. Yes, when you are here, just treat it as your own home." "Little sister Murong, how does the Endless Eastern Sea compare to your Shen Yuan Mound?" "Each has their own style, they are all beautiful." On the other side, Qin Wushuang and Shangyi were also chatting. When Shangyi heard Qin Wushuang's narration, he raised his sword-like eyebrows and swore, "That Heavenly Emperor Gate is this shameless? Big brother, it's all right for the Heavenly Emperor Gate to be shameless. Now we are worried that the Totem Clan also has elite warriors interfering. That would be troublesome." Shangyi gave a long sigh. "Brother, the Qin clan is in such a difficult situation. It's also because of the internal struggle within the Shen Yuan Mound. Being the big brother, I would not dare to make any promises. However, there is one point: if the Qin clan is not tolerated by the Shen Yuan Mound in the future, come to the Falling Treasure Gulf, my Coiled Dragon clan will never look down on you. There will be a place for you." Qin Wushuang already felt incredibly happy when he was given such a promise. After all, at most, the powerhouse of the Coiled Dragon clan was on par with the Heavenly Emperor Gate. It was impossible for them to resist the Totem clan. Therefore, he was already extremely grateful to be able to say these words. "Big brother, this time I have come to pay a visit to the Forefather Dragon clan." Qin Wushuang spoke of his purpose of coming straightforwardly. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 734. There was a trace of astonishment in Shangyi's eyes as he said with astonishment, "Pay a visit to the Forefather Dragon clan? Brother, you showed off at the Illusion Heavenly Lake and suppressed Jiang Kuei of the One-Horned Dragon clan. You also made the Totem elite warriors of the Dragon clan somewhat annoyed. I am afraid it will not go smoothly for you to pay a visit to the Forefather Dragon clan." "Brother, I came under orders, there is no other way." If the totem elite warriors of the Shen Yuan Mound interfere with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain competition, the Qin clan will not be able to resist in a short time. Saving troops is like putting out a fire. In case the totem elite warriors step out and break through the Qin clan, I will not have the chance to regret it. Regardless, I must let all major totem powerhouses know. The totem powerhouses also made an agreement that they must not interfere with the secular competition. Shangyi nodded and said, "Of course, the forefather dragon clan also turns a blind eye to the competition between the various clans of the Eastern Sea. They never interfere." He raised the corner of his mouth and said again, "Let's not talk about this for now, let's talk about it when we return to the coiled dragon royal mansion. Perhaps my father-in-law can give you some advice." Qin Wushuang nodded. "Brother, please arrange it, sorry for disturbing you." "Ha ha, why are you treating me as an outsider? If you didn't help me in the beginning, I am afraid I would have become a wronged soul of the Nine Palace faction." When they arrived at the falling treasure gulf, there was no need to fly. Shangyi's coiled dragon flying boat flew at a fast speed and was safer and more convenient. At the falling treasure gulf, the flying boat of the coiled dragon clan was their signature. Along the way, not to mention looking for trouble, anyone would step aside respectfully when they saw this flying boat. In the world of the beast clans, they revered power more directly than humans. Power meant everything. When they arrived at the coiled dragon royal mansion, with the identity of the palace master of the coiled dragon clan, of course Suemi could make the best arrangements. She settled Qin Wushuang and Murongshu in the guest house. Unfortunately, Long Dabao was not in the palace at the moment. Shangyi and Suemi could only stay with Qin Wushuang for now. Fortunately, Long Dabao's trip would not take too long. He would be back in 10 days or half a month. "Brother, at the coiled dragon royal mansion, don't worry about anything. Even if the Heavenly Emperor sect knew that you were here, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in my coiled dragon clan, even if they are from the Heavenly Emperor Gate, I will kill them all without batting an eyelid." Qin Wushuang said, "Big brother, let me contact my family and fellow disciples first." Before leaving the Qin clan, the chief had told them that it was best not to use the communication jade plate. However, Qin Wushuang was worried about his family. Furthermore, with Big Brother Shangyi's words, he felt a lot more at ease. Taking out the communication jade card, Qin Wushuang began to make contact. First, his father, Qin Lianshan, could not be contacted. Next, it was Tan Zhongqi, his teacher from the Stargaze Palace. He still could not contact him. Without any reason, Qin Wushuang panicked inwardly. How could this be? Unless the communication jade token was sealed, it could still be used even if the Forbidden Land of God collapsed. "Big brother, your falling treasure abyss didn't seal the communication jade pendant, right?" Shangyi smiled and said, "Why seal this? There is no such thing." The expression on Qin Wushuang's face changed. "That's not right. How come I cannot contact my family and fellow disciples?" Upon hearing his words, Murongshu's heart also sank. He walked over with concern. "Big brother Qin, you can't contact them?" Qin Wushuang nodded gravely. "Yes, there is no news at all. After you left the aspiring throne mountain, didn't you contact them?" Murongshu said. "At that time, I did inform them to leave the human countries and enter the endless Eastern Sea to seek refuge. Calculating the time, they would have made it in time. After that, I did not contact them. Until today, the Heavenly Emperor Gate should not have acted this quickly, right? Besides, they did not know you left the aspiring throne mountain beforehand. When they learned about it, there was ample time for them to seek refuge at the endless Eastern Sea." Murongshu analyzed and also felt that something was wrong with this matter. "Brother, you are saying that your family and fellow disciples entered the endless Eastern Sea to seek refuge?" Shangyi was moved inwardly when he heard these words. Qin Wushuang nodded. "Yes." Shangyi asked again, "Then are you sure they entered the endless Eastern Sea or not?" Qin Wushuang shook his head. "I am not sure about this. Big brother, I want to go take a look." Shangyi nodded. "Okay, this matter cannot be delayed. I will go with you. How about you stay here with your sister?" Murong-shu shook her head slowly. Big brother Shang-yi, I want to stay with big brother Qin. At this critical juncture, Murong-shu did not wish for Qin Wushuang to face everything alone. Regardless of the situation, she hoped that with her by Qin Wushuang's side, she would shoulder everything together. She held Qin Wushuang's arm lightly. Murong-shu's picturesque eyes sparkled with dazzling lights. Then let's go together. Shang-yi was also slightly moved. At this moment, Bao Bao and Lone did not dare to make jokes. They knew the severity of the situation. If Boss family and fellow disciples went missing, it would not be good. That was the reverse scale that Boss cared about the most and could not touch the most. Fortunately, the endless Eastern Sea was close to the border of the human countries. It was also the territory of the falling treasure gulf. In this territory, the Coiled Dragon clan held absolute weight. After about 10 days of traveling with the Coiled Dragon flying boat, they arrived at the border. When Shang-yi arrived at this place, he was also filled with thousands of thoughts. Initially, he had barged into the endless Eastern Sea from this area and was accidentally saved by Su-mi. That was how he experienced this dreamlike turning point in his life. Thinking about it now, he was truly in a trance. However, now he did not have the time to reminisce about the past. As he watched Qin Wushuang's increasingly grim expression, vividly, Shang-yi was also somewhat worried. If they went missing at the endless Eastern Sea, the problem could be serious or light. No one could guarantee what kind of situation it would be. Shu, let's go take a look over there. Qin Wushuang and Murong-shu both jumped up and arrived at the island where they had gathered with their clansmen. There are fresh footprints here, Qin Wushuang said with a complicated tone. After he took a closer look, his expression became even more complicated. It's them, they have already arrived at the endless Eastern Sea. The good news is that they were not captured by the Heavenly Emperor Gate. The bad news is that there is no news or traces of them at the moment. A trace of uneasiness flashed across Qin Wushuang's mind. If they had already entered the endless Eastern Sea, unless they had encountered a predicament, it was impossible that they could not activate the communication jade plate. Shang-yi and Su-mi also walked onto the island and asked with concern, "Brother, how is it?" Qin Wushuang explained the situation and Shang-yi's expression was also somewhat grave. This way, most likely something happened to them at the endless Eastern Sea. Qin Wushuang said, "Something happened at the endless Eastern Sea." This, Shang-yi waved his hand. "Brother, don't worry, this is the falling treasure gulf. If they were not swallowed by the tsunami or attacked by monsters, I will immediately ask Su-er to send her spiritual perception to all cave dwellings and all leaders of the territories at the falling treasure gulf to ask them to assist with the investigation." Without a doubt, the falling treasure gulf was qualified. Shang-yi and Su-mi exchanged a glance. Su-mi returned to the Coiled Dragon flying boat and activated the Coiled Dragon commanding plate to pass the news. Instantly, all cave dwellings and territory masters at the falling treasure gulf received the Coiled Dragon commanding plate. "Brother, now we can only wait. If there is news, they would not dare to not report it." Shang-yi comforted Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang's mood had slightly calmed down. Yet, in the end, he still felt uneasy. With the endless Eastern Sea being so dangerous, it was uncertain if something had truly happened. Among the martial artists of the human countries, the strongest were the head palace master, the second palace master, and his brother-in-law, Da Shiming. They were all close to the profound void martial stage. The others, including his father Qin Lianshan and the other 3 palace masters, had only entered the refined void martial stage. It could be said that with such strength, they could absolutely sweep across the human countries. Even in the ordinary state cities of the Shenyuan Mound, they could secure a high position. However, compared to those prefecture masters and the elite warriors of the third and second-rate powerhouses, the difference was obvious. Therefore, with such strength, at the endless Eastern Sea, even at the border area, one would not dare to say it was 100% safe. After 3 days, there was still no news and no information. Qin Wushuang's mood was filled with even more haze. Shang-yi was rather proactive as he asked Su-mi, "Su-er, List out all the cave dwellings and territory masters with power nearby. Let me see which ones are there. Suemi said, okay, if it's these bastards that did it, I will peel off their skin. They even dared to make a move on my brother-in-law's family. They are going against the heavens. Soon, a list of names was drawn up. Within the surrounding 10,000 miles of sea, there were 3 or 4 powerhouses that could threaten Qin Wushuang's family. Considering the problem of depth, Suemi also listed out a few other powerhouses that could threaten them. The Spiritual Turtle Island, the 100 Battle Island, the Hissing Moon Island, the Quicksand Ridge, the Great Thorn Cave Dwelling, and the Red Bright Cave Dwelling. In total, there were these 6 powerhouses. Suemi listed out the list of these 6 powerhouses and said, I will send out the Coiled Dragon Command again and ask their leaders to gather here and listen to my interrogation. Sister-in-law, this is too difficult for you, Qin Wushuang said apologetically. Brother Wushuang, what are you talking about? For these guys, if it's truly related to them, I will do whatever you say. Suemi was rather straightforward. I just hope everyone is fine. It's secondary whether I deal with them or not. They are the powerhouses of the endless Eastern Sea. It's reasonable for them to be hostile to foreign martial artists. Qin Wushuang was not an unreasonable person. Of course, when he said these words, it was only to make Suemi feel better. The leaders of the Hissing Moon Island and the Scarlet Bright Cave Dwelling are not here? Suemi swore. Where did they all go? However, the leaders of the other 4 powerhouses are already here. At some hidden place of the Hissing Moon Island, a small leader crossed his legs leisurely and enjoyed the beauty of the whale clan. He only felt that this life was incomparably wonderful. Island Master, why is he not back yet? This time, I have prepared a great gift for him, ha ha ha. I hope that Lord Island Master can give me the position of Vice Island Master this time. The squad leader thought happily. A few of his subordinates on the side nodded and bowed to flatter him. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 735. At a secret area of the endless Eastern Sea, the Hissing Moon Island Master who was training shot a glance at the communication jade plate. A trace of a cold sneer spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Darn it, in just a few days, she sent out the Coiled Dragon command plate twice. That slut is simply using a chicken feather as a command arrow. Who does she think she is? She dares to order me around. Humph, I will pretend I did not receive it. As he said this, he closed the communication jade plate and ignored it. Qin Wushuang stood with his hands behind his back and tried his best to not reveal his emotions. Although he was extremely nervous inwardly, it was inappropriate for him to show it. Suemi changed her easygoing attitude when she was talking and laughing with Qin Wushuang. With a straight face, she said with a cold voice, 4 of you, my little brother-in-law has a group of friends that went missing near the endless Eastern Sea. Do you truly not have any information from your respective sects, or are you just doing it half-heartedly? Do you think my words are not effective? How could those 4 leaders dare to act pretentious before Suemi? They immediately pointed to the sky and swore, Miss Suemi, how many heads do we have that we would dare to act pretentious before you? We truly did not receive any information and would not dare to speak nonsense before you. Don't try to fool me. Who doesn't know that each of your sects have their own intelligence network? You will be the first to know when the wind blows and the grass moves. Those 4 leaders cried out their grievances. Miss Suemi, this time, we truly did not receive any information. Or else, how could we dare to play tricks before you? Suemi revealed an ashen expression. With her charming appearance, she looked at these 4 guys coldly. It seems I will not get anything out of you. The person went missing in this area. Very good, I will not use the Coiled Dragon command plate to suppress you. You 4 are good. Whoever gets the exact information first will have the chance to acquire the strongest weapon beneath the Supreme Tao stage. As soon as those 4 leaders heard these words, their hearts thumped. In this tens and thousands of miles area, these leaders were all heroes of an area. However, across the entire Falling Treasure Gulf, they were only second or third-rate existences. Their strength was only at the perfect void martial stage. To them, it would definitely be a great temptation to acquire the strongest weapon beneath the supreme Tao stage. It was not strange that their eyes lit up. The leaders of the Hissing Moon Island and the Scarlet Bright Cave Mansion did not come. They are highly suspicious. Go investigate. Since I have spoken, I will definitely be able to fulfill my promise. Remember, only the first person who delivers useful information is qualified to receive it. The others will have to come here for nothing. Yes, Miss Su am I, we will go and investigate. Please rest assured. If they are really missing in this area, we will be able to find some clues no matter what. The four leaders made a solemn vow, expressed their stance, then turned around and left. Su am I sneered coldly and said, "These guys won't release the hawk without seeing the hare. If I didn't care about my reputation, I would have directly told them that if there was no news, they would all be killed. I believe they will be more efficient." Qin Wushuang was here, but it was not convenient for him to make the decision. Everything could only be done according to Su Mi's method. After waiting patiently for a long time, the 100 War Island Master was the first to send a message. "Miss Su Mi, according to the information, the Howling Moon Island Master has already left for more than half a year and has yet to return. As for the Cave Master of the Crimson Bright Cave, he has been in closed-door training in the cave for about 3 months. What's the use of this nonsense?" Su Mi asked bluntly. Heh, since the Howling Moon Island Master is not on the island, I plan to go and investigate personally. Those fellows from the Howling Moon Island have always been lawless. Perhaps I can find out some useful information? All right, then go quickly and return quickly. Su Mi frowned. This Howling Moon Island could be said to be a thorn in the falling treasure abyss. Because the location of this Howling Moon Island was at the edge of the falling treasure abyss territory, it was a controversial area. On one hand, the Howling Moon Island belonged to the falling treasure abyss. On the other hand, the Howling Moon Island had eyes with the Green Universe Abyss. That Green Universe Abyss was the territory of the Horned Dragon Clan. It had never been on good terms with the Coiled Dragon Clan of the Falling Treasure Abyss. Therefore, this Howling Moon Island had always been a thorn to the Falling Treasure Abyss. If not for considering the problem of reputation, with the Coiled Dragon Clan style, they would have razed the Howling Moon Island to the ground long ago. It was just that they never had an excuse and evidence. Su Mi muttered to herself coldly, "Howling Moon Island, I hope it has nothing to do with you." Qin Wushuang volunteered himself and said, "Sister-in-law, I want to make a trip to that Howling Moon Island." Su Mi said somewhat awkwardly, "Brother Wushuang, if you go to that Howling Moon Island now and they get wind of it, it will not be easy to deal with it. When the Coiled Dragon command was issued, they already got wind of it." Shongyi said, "Brother, I will go with you." At this moment, news came from the 100 Battle Island. "Miss Su Mi, according to my investigation, this matter is most likely related to the Howling Moon Island." "Oh, how so?" Some joy emerged from between Su Mi's brows. "A moment ago I caught a little pawn of the Howling Moon Island and interrogated him. During the time when the Howling Moon Island Master was not here, a guy called Ku Da was extremely active as he hunted all over the endless Eastern Sea. It seems that a while ago, he attacked a human martial artist ship. When Su Mi heard this, she shouted, "All right, don't beat the grass to scare the snake, we will go now." When the Coiled Dragon flying boat started up, it only took a few hours to travel a few tens of thousands of miles. Soon, they arrived at the Howling Moon Island. When the Howling Moon Island heard that Miss Su Mi had arrived in person, no one knew what had happened. The few island masters on the island all came out to greet her carefully. "I didn't know Miss Su Mi would be honored by your presence. Excuse me for not going out to meet you, ha ha." Su Mi looked at these 3 deputy island masters coldly. "Where is your island master?" "The island master went out to train and has not returned for half a year." "Miss Su Mi, why are you suddenly looking for my island master?" "Humph humph, the Howling Moon Island master has a bad temper now. When I issued the Coiled Dragon command, there was no news. Su Mi's Coiled Dragon command only reached the first leader. Therefore, These deputy island masters were at a loss. They looked at each other in dismay and did not know about this matter. In terms of strength, the Howling Moon Island was indeed the strongest existence in this area. The spiritual Turtle Island, the 100 Battle Island, compared to the Howling Moon Island, the difference was obvious. Because of this, the Howling Moon Island master felt he had the capital to deal with the two major dragon clans and wanted to obtain the greatest benefits. Miss Sue Mi, perhaps the island master is in solitary training and did not receive the message. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. How could our Howling Moon Island dare to play tricks before Miss Sue Mi? Sue Mi said lightly, I don't want to speak any more nonsense. I only want to ask you, my brother-in-law's clansmen and colleagues went missing when they were guests at the Endless Eastern Sea. For this matter, some people said it was your Howling Moon Island that did it. The complexion of the three deputy island masters changed at the same time. Their brother-in-law's clansmen? It sounded like they had a deep relationship. It was no wonder that Miss Sue Mi had mustered such a large force. However, what clansmen, what colleagues, they had never seen them before. Miss Sue Mi, is there a misunderstanding? Now, the three of us are in charge of this Howling Moon Island. We are well aware of each of our movements. I swear to the heavens that we have never done such a thing. Miss Sue Mi, how many clansmen and colleagues does your brother-in-law have, and what do they look like? Yes, I heard that Miss Sue Mi's son-in-law is a human martial artist. It's been a long time since a human martial artist came to our Howling Moon Island. Humph, your words are pleasant to hear. Here, is there a guy called Kudier? Sue Mi asked coldly. Yes, there is such a person. Kudier is the trusted aide of the island master. Then the whereabouts of this Kudier, his actions, are they under your eyes? Sue Mi asked. This? Not to hide it from you, Miss Sue Mi, Kudier is deeply favored by the island master. We truly cannot supervise his actions. However, how could that kid have the guts to harm your relatives? Don't be in a rush to clear your name, call that Kudier first. Okay, we will send someone to call him. No need to send someone, just use your spiritual perception. Also, you are not allowed to tell him what is going on. Okay, we will do as you say. Although those three deputy island masters were also overlords of a region, they would not dare to act rashly before Sue Mi. Although they were also at the perfect void martial stage and were similar to Sue Mi and Shangyi, they were the princess of the Coiling Moon Island. How could they neglect her since she was the princess of the Coiled Dragon clan? When Kudier received the message, he took a look and did not mind it. Why are these three old guys looking for me? How can I, Kelda, be someone they can order? He ignored them and threw the communication jade plate to the side. Those three deputy island masters took turns to activate the jade plate, their faces gloomy and uncertain. This Kudier was getting more and more arrogant. He even ignored the communication. Why are you still hemming and hawing? Sue Mi's cold voice sounded again. No, this Kudier is usually somewhat spoiled. Although the three of us are deputy island masters, we can't call him. Is that so? You three deputy island masters joined hands and you actually can't call him? He is really a lawless guy. Alright, since we can't call him, tell us his address and we will go find him ourselves. One of the deputy island masters' expression changed. How can we let Miss Sue Mi go in person? They were actually not worried that Miss Sue Mi would be rude if she went to find him. Instead, they were worried that if this matter was really related to Kudier, then Hissing Moon Island would be in trouble. Lead the way. If you keep hemming and hawing, I won't be polite anymore. Sue Mi said coldly. The three deputy island masters looked at each other in dismay, but they were stubborn and could only lead Sue Mi to Kudier's residence. Boom. Sue Mi directly used her dragon whip to blast open the restriction of Kudier's residence and shouted, Kudier, get out. Kudier was just enjoying himself when he was shouted at by a woman's voice. He was furious. Where did this bitch come from? How dare you talk to me like this? One of the deputy island masters shouted, Kudier, don't be rude. It's Miss Sue Mi. As soon as Kelda heard this, the evil thoughts in his mind immediately disappeared. He walked out quickly but refused to come closer. Instead, he said from afar, "Miss Su am I? I, Kuda, don't have any interaction with Miss Su am I." "What do you mean by coming here so aggressively?" Su am I did not say anything. Her dragon whip directly wrapped around Kuda. Kuda smiled coldly. His figure flashed and went around like a slippery fish. He said faintly, "Miss Su am I, you are a noble. It won't look good if I offend you. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 736. Su am I said coldly, "Try offending me." Kelda put on a fake smile. "You are the daughter of the Coiling Dragon clan. Kelda cannot afford to offend you." "Why? Do you think that if I am not the daughter of the Coiling Dragon clan, you can afford to offend me? Haha, if you are not the daughter of the Coiling Dragon clan, smashing my cave door and ruining my mood, I would not be so easy to talk to." Kelda had a mischievous face. Obviously, this person was overly favored. Relying on his high cultivation, he was slightly stronger than the 3 Vice Island Masters. If it were not for his lack of qualifications, he could have taken the position of Vice Island Master. It was just that the Island Master did not make any arrangements, which made him anxious. Qin Wushuang and Shang Yi looked at each other, their thoughts connected. The two of them jumped into the cave. "You two, what are you doing?" The 3 Vice Island Masters stopped them together. Although they did not get along well with Kelda, barging into the cave seemed to be too much of a bully. Shang Yi said indifferently, "Vice Island Masters, if you don't want to encounter an undeserved disaster, please step back. We are just looking for someone." Kelda said angrily, "Looking for someone? I think you are deliberately bullying me." Qin Wushuang's cold gaze locked onto Kelda. He said indifferently, "Kelda, is it? I don't care how much the Hissing Moon Island Master dotes on you, or how great your background is, or how proud your origin is. I only want to tell you that if my clansmen and fellow disciples are captured by you, your only choice is to let them go. If they have been harmed by you, and the entire Hissing Moon Island, wait to be buried with them." Qin Wushuang did not have a trace of human emotion. His tone was awe-inspiring. His figure dashed and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the void. After searching one round, there was nothing. After expanding the search area, there was still nothing. Qin Wushuang's figure flashed and returned to Kelda's cave door. His expression became more and more serious. He stared at Kelda. Kelda was frightened and proud in his heart. "Humph, I don't know where this kid came from. So arrogant. However, does he think that he can find where those people are locked up just by searching? Haha, such a guy who overestimates himself. Island Master, come back quickly. Otherwise, I really won't be able to hold on." The faces of the 3 Vice Island Masters were also ashen. Their eyes were very bright. They were clear about Su Mi's origin. They were also clear about who Shang Yi was. However, they did not recognize this arrogant young man in front of them. Naturally, they were unhappy that an outsider was behaving so rampantly on their island. "Mister, although my Hissing Moon Island isn't big and our forces are ordinary, I don't think you can just barge in as you please, right? If it wasn't for Miss Su Mi's presence, do you believe that your corpse would be lying here today?" Qin Wushuang's eyes flashed with anger. He gently swept his sleeves, but was stopped by Murong Shu. "Big brother Qin, calm down. Don't make things difficult for Sister Su Er." Qin Wushuang nodded slowly, took a deep breath, and said, "If it weren't for the fact that Miss Su Er is in a difficult position, why would I be so polite and chatter with you here?" He turned his gaze to Kelda. "I'll ask you one last time. Were my clansmen and fellow disciples abducted by you? This is your last chance. If you don't answer, or answer randomly, you can consider the consequences yourself." Kelda was unscrupulous. "You haven't found the person, and you can't catch the evidence. What can you do to me?" He sneered. "Kid, I think you're crazy, right? I've lived for hundreds of years. Since when did I not dare to take responsibility for my actions? If you have the ability, find the person, and I won't say anything. I accept my punishment. If you haven't caught the evidence, stop wasting time here. Qin Wushuang was so angry that he laughed. Alright, then don't blame me for using some impolite methods. After Qin Wushuang finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flashed. A divine light shot out from between his eyebrows, and a divine venomous puppet shot out directly. Why do you have to search so hard? It directly entered your divine sense to search. At this moment, a ray of light flashed in the void and shot directly at Wushuang's puppet divine light. Boom! When the two forces collided, Wushuang's divine light was actually swept away. Island Master? At this moment, a tall figure descended out of thin air. This person had a head of golden hair, and his figure was as tall as two normal people. With one look at this appearance, one would know that it was the appearance of the Beast Clan. Who dares to behave atrociously in my hissing Moon Island? This person's voice was like thunder, but his eyes flickered with a treacherous aura. This person was the Island Master of Hissing Moon Island, Jiyu Xiao. His eyes glanced indifferently, as if he had inadvertently seen Miss Suemi, and he smiled casually. It turns out that the coiled dragon princess has arrived. No wonder your power is so great. Haha, sorry for not coming out to meet you. This Jiyu Xiao's aura was obviously much stronger than those few leaders of other forces. In front of Miss Suemi, he could actually be so calm. This was the first time that Qin Wushuang failed to use the divine venomous puppet. He could not help but size up this Jiyu Xiao. This person's cultivation was actually at the peak below the Supreme Dao stage. I didn't expect that the Island Master of Hissing Moon Island was so different from the other leaders. No wonder he ignored Miss Sue's coiled dragon token. This kind of ambitious and ruthless character thinks highly of himself. If one is not a Supreme Dao strong practitioner, it's very hard to move him, right? However, this kind of cultivation, why would the current Qin Wushuang put it in his eyes? Island Master, I also don't know where this kid came from. Once he came in, he barged into this subordinate's cave residence without permission. I'm afraid that the few treasures in this subordinate's cave have already gone missing. That Kelda, the villain, complained first. Jiyu Xiao clearly knew that Kelda was deliberately making a false countercharge, but he muttered to himself. This matter is not easy to handle. It's Miss Suemi who brought him here. No matter what, I have to give Miss Suemi some face. At this time, Suemi had already received Shongyi's hint, asking her not to intervene. Suemi originally still planned to give some face to this Jiyu Xiao. However, this guy said so. Clearly, he did not even put her, the coiled dragon princess, in his eyes. Suemi was angry in her heart. Naturally, she was happy to see him make a fool of himself. Island Master Jiyu Xiao, it's true that I brought him here. However, my coiled dragon clan also does not want others to say that we are taking advantage of our power to bully others. This friend's lawsuit with your Hissing Moon Island, my coiled dragon clan will not intervene. Both of you will bear all the consequences. Jiyu Xiao narrowed his eyes into a line and asked lightly, Miss Suemi, are you speaking the truth? Yes. This way, even if my Hissing Moon Island has offended this friend, your coiled dragon clan will not take offense. Since I said I will not intervene, it means I am letting you do as you please. Good. Indeed, Miss Suemi is a straightforward person. Jiyu Xiao's expression sank as he stared at Qin Wushuang and said, Kid, you have barged into my Hissing Moon Island, how should we settle this debt? You have sneakily attacked my subordinate, how should we settle this debt? Not to mention that my Hissing Moon Island did not capture your people, even if we did, it is not up to you to act presumptuously. Murongshu gave a light sigh and shook his head. Brother Qin, don't kill too many irrelevant people. When the matter had developed to this point, Murongshu knew that this Hissing Moon Island had completely offended Brother Qin. Once Brother Qin activated his killing mode, most likely this Hissing Moon Island would become the next Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Indeed, a ruthless smile spilled from the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth. Jiyu Xiao, you better pray that your stupid subordinate did not cause trouble for you. If my clansmen and colleagues had truly killed a single hair on your hissing moon island, I can tell you very clearly that the consequences will be beyond your imagination. When Jiyu Xiao heard these words, it seemed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He roared with laughter to the sky. Ha 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 ha, how long has it been? How long has it been since I heard such a cute threat? Little one, if I am not wrong, you are only a martial artist at the Ravine Mysterious stage, right? Do you know what my cultivation level is? Are you at the Supreme Tao stage? Qin Wushuang asked with a cold mocking tone. Although I am not at the Supreme Tao stage, when I restore my true body and enter a berserk state, what can an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao do to me? Unless you have reached the coagulate Supreme Tao stage at the 6th calamity, otherwise, in front of me, you really have no right to be arrogant. Really? Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. Then give it a try. Qin Wushuang laughed and shook the seal scroll. The dark-back mysterious snake and the swallowing sky lion dragon immediately scurried out. The two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage suddenly emitted a monstrous aura. It covered the entire scene. The two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage had an astonishing aura. Jiyu Xiao's expression changed slightly. Summoned beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage? Little one, it seems that you do have some trump cards. However, even if there are 10 of them at the peak of the common mysterious stage, so what? Even if I, Jiyu Xiao, don't show my Dharma body, I am not afraid of them. After speaking, the aura of his whole body was urged and the golden hair stood up. Circles of light were urged out and formed a confrontation with the aura formed by the two spiritual beasts at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Boom! With the sound of air explosion, the two auras collided and shot in all directions. The aura dissipated and rose in spirals into the sky. Jiyu Xiao roared, "Little one, just accept your fate." After speaking, his body shook and immediately transformed into his real body in the sky. It was a huge sea eel with an extremely fat body, like a huge whale lying in front of him. The dark-back mysterious snake raised its tail and used its innate supernatural power, poisonous teeth, inherited secret skill, swallowing sky. Roar. Two attacks were launched toward the sea eel. The sea eel's whole body was urged by the yellow light. Suddenly, a thick layer of protective divine light surged and emitted circles of ripples on the surface of its body, which was very dazzling. Boom! The innate supernatural power and inherited secret skill were all ineffective. Too weak. Haha, too weak. Jiyu Xiao laughed and his voice was like thunder. He shouted, "Little one, if this is all you have, just wait for your death." At this moment, a small spiritual beast jumped out in front of Qin Wushuang. It was the sky-pilfered mole. "Master, under this guy's cave residence, there is a layer of restriction mechanism. It seems to be a prison. There are many people imprisoned in it. It has some similarities with Master's aura." The coldness on Qin Wushuang's face suddenly spread like frost. His whole person was like an ice sculpture, and his cold eyes shot toward Jiyu Xiao. "Jiyu Xiao, what else do you have to say?" Jiyu Xiao was stunned at first. He glanced at Kelda and saw that Kelda's eyes were twinkling. There seemed to be something hidden. He made a prompt decision and roared, "Say what? I, Jiyu Mohan, have always fought first before being reasonable. You little one, you trespassed into my cave residence, so you deserve to die. What's the big deal about catching a few of your people?" Qin Wushuang nodded. "Okay, you said it. Since that's the case, then Hissing Moon Island, good luck." After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang's entire body trembled as if he had been possessed by the god of death. From his pupils, waves of devilish lights emerged. A wave of strong murderous intent surged violently like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 737. Seeing that Qin Wushuang's aura suddenly surged, Jiyu Xiao was also stunned. He originally thought that with his cultivation, even if the human martial artists were at the condensing Supreme Tao stage, they would not be able to do anything to him. That was why he could be so unscrupulous. However, after Qin Wushuang had initiated his temperament, traces of cracks had appeared uncontrollably on Ji Yuxiao's strong confidence. His heart was in awe, and the way he looked at Qin Wushuang was obviously a little strange. Shongyi sighed softly. This guy is looking for death. Although his voice was soft, it was like a sharp knife that directly pierced into Ji Yuxiao's chest. An ominous thought flashed across Ji Yuxiao's mind. Could it be that this is a trap set up by the Coiled Dragon Mansion? Looking for an excuse to destroy my hissing Moon Island? In for a penny, in for a pound, I can only go all out. With a loud roar, Ji Yuxiao shouted, "Kid, let me see how strong you are." After saying that, Ji Yuxiao straightened his body and lifted his tail. Instantly, two purple lightning bolts, about the size of an arm, with a ferocious face, shot directly toward Qin Wushuang. This purple lightning was very strange. In this water area, the speed of its transmission was like a blink of an eye, completely ignoring the distance of space. Qin Wushuang revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He gently raised his arm, and the Supreme Tao shield expanded with the wind, directly turning into the shape of an umbrella, blocking in front of him. When the lightning struck the Supreme Tao shield, it let out a series of ear-piercing screeches. Then, the lightning actually gradually dimmed. On top of the shield, there was a spiraling green smoke, which looked very strange. Ji Yuxiao's pupils slightly contracted. Supreme Tao weapon? Qin Wushuang said indifferently, "You know your stuff." Ji Yuxiao roared, "So what if it is a Supreme Tao weapon? Let me see how wide the defense coverage of your Supreme Tao weapon is, and how fast the defense speed is." After saying that, his whole body suddenly shot out like a bow. Streaks of purple lightning, like tens of thousands of arrows, swarmed toward Qin Wushuang from all directions. "Brat, accept the verdict of my dance of the lightning snakes." Amidst Ji Yuxiao's roar, his Dharma body shook again. His whole body seemed to be a mechanism, constantly emitting purple lightning and pressing over like a swarm of locusts. It made one's hair stand on end, not to mention dealing with it. Qin Wushuang's Supreme Tao shield was indeed astonishingly defensive. Although it couldn't protect Qin Wushuang's entire body, the speed and defensive strength of the Supreme Tao shield were actually able to block more than half of the 10,000 lightning snakes. When the remaining ones scuttled in, they were either extinguished by Qin Wushuang or destroyed by the Supreme Tao armor without leaving a trace. That Supreme Tao armor was indeed not an ordinary armor. At the crucial moment, the freakish defensive power was fully displayed. Damn it! This brat is actually fully equipped with divine Tao equipment. Where did this problem come from? Ji Yuxiao was both shocked and furious in his heart, but he already knew that with his current strength, it would not be so easy to take down his opponent. Furthermore, if his opponent still had a trump card, he might even lose. Thinking of this, Ji Yuxiao suddenly had the intention to retreat. While fighting, he increased the speed of his Dharma body infinitely, flying at high speed in front of the cave residents. At the same time, he shouted, "Kelda and the other 3 Vice Island Masters, retreat into the cave residence." Qin Wushuang chuckled. At this time, "Do you still have a way out?" With a soft whistle, he summoned another 2 sealed spiritual beasts. 4 spiritual beasts of the exquisite mysterious boundary realm immediately ran wild in the territory of hissing Moon Island. These exquisite mysterious spiritual beasts might be helpless against Ji Yuxiao, but they were simply invincible against other people. Before they could react, the swallowing sky lion dragon and the dark mysterious snake had already displayed their invincible power and surrounded the 3 Vice Island Masters. Although Kelda escaped quickly, he was still intercepted and became Qin Wushuang's captives one by one. Seeing his subordinates being captured alive so easily, Ji Yuxiao was also slightly confused. He said furiously, "Brat, if you want to compete, find me. What kind of ability is it to capture them?" Qin Wushuang said leisurely, "If you want to compete with me, just find me. Why did you capture my clansmen and fellow disciples?" Qin Wushuang's calm and collected manner made Ji Yuxiao break out in a cold sweat. He felt that he had simply met a monster. What was the background of this young man? It was too frightening. Ji Xiao, I've said it before. You have to be mentally prepared to pay the price. Until now, Qin Wushuang still had not used all of his trump cards. The graceful spiritual bow was only carried on his shoulder. With a slight shake of his arm, the graceful spiritual bow bounced down very rhythmically. Qin Wushuang grabbed the graceful spiritual bow in passing. With a slight lift of his arm, the graceful spiritual bow was already raised and started to lock onto Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao, under this bow of mine, 2 Supreme Dao elite warriors have already died an unnatural death. You are very lucky to be able to become the sacrifice of this bow together with the Supreme Dao elite warriors. Remember, this is your own death-seeking. Once the graceful spiritual bow's aura rose, that mysterious murderous aura instantly spread out. Like a powerful whirlpool, it formed a tyrannical engulfment that almost caused Ji Xiao's consciousness to collapse in an instant. Too powerful. For the first time, Ji Xiao's eyes revealed an aura of astonishment. Suddenly, he seemed to have suddenly realized why this young man could be so calm and collected from the beginning to the end. It turned out that behind this calmness, it was not a bluff. Instead, there was a powerful strength to rely on. And every word of this young man was not a powerless threat at all. Instead, it was a kind of judgment to him, Ji Xiao. Yes, judgment. Ji Xiao instantly seemed to be placed in an endless whirlpool as he struggled with all his strength. His consciousness seemed to be tumbling in an endless abyss that could be engulfed at any time. The murderous aura, the extremely tragic murderous aura, unceasingly invaded Ji Xiao's consciousness. Qin Wushuang still had a cold face. This was a kind of effect that he had achieved after getting used to the graceful spiritual bow in this period of time. Now, he finally knew how deep of a treasure the graceful spiritual bow was. And he also finally realized how to open this treasure and maximize the power of the graceful spiritual bow. This graceful spiritual bow did not need the shooting sun arrows. With its powerful murderous aura, it could also reach the transformation Supreme Dao stage to kill with the divine soul. The graceful spiritual bow was actually like a transformation Supreme Dao stage elite warrior. It could subdue the enemy with the divine soul without fighting. Ji Xiao was like a drowning person who was struggling on the verge of death. He roared, "I surrender. I am willing to surrender." Qin Wushuang was expressionless and still had that cold look. Ji Xiao could not help but beg, "Mr. Young hero, please give me a chance." Ji Xiao is willing to surrender and give up the hissing Moon Island. Ji Xiao, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you squandered it generously. Qin Wushuang's voice did not carry any trace of human emotion. I cannot go back on my words. Therefore, you, Ji Xiao, only have one path to go: death. Ji Xiao shouted loudly, "Don't kill me. I have a shocking news. If you don't kill me, I am willing to share it with you. Don't kill me, or else you will regret it. When I was negotiating nicely, you missed the chance. Now, any temptation or threat is not enough to make me change my mind." After speaking, Qin Wushuang's finger gently pulled the bowstring. Clang. A crisp sound, the vibration of the bowstring, gave out countless trembling echoes, buzzing, 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 buzzing incessantly. Ji Xiao roared loudly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Endless fear shot out from his eyes as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. His whole body twitched incessantly. This Ji Xiao was so awe-inspiring before, but now, he was in such a sorry state. When Shongyi and Su Mi saw all of this, their hearts were also in a perilous situation. This Ji Xiao's strength and overbearingness almost did not put the two of them in his eyes. What did he rely on? It was Ji Xiao's powerful strength. However, this powerful strength, in front of Qin Wushuang, was like a joke. He was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. It should be known that Qin Wushuang did not even use the bow and arrow. With a bow without arrows, he could frighten Ji Xiao, the owner of an island, to such an extent. It could be seen that Qin Wushuang's strength was much stronger than Ji Xiao's. What was called subduing the enemy without a fight? This was the most vivid interpretation. The vibration of the bowstring could actually damage Jiyu Xiao's heart and soul, causing him to spit out blood. It was enough to show how successful Qin Wushuang's development of the graceful spiritual bow was. It should be known that this Jiyu Xiao was a character that the swallowing sky lion dragon and the dark mysterious snake could not handle even if they joined hand. Such a character was actually frightened to the point of spitting out blood and losing his mind because of the bow without arrows. Inconceivable, it was simply inconceivable. Jiyu Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, but his mind became a little clearer. He was about to speak. Clang! Another ear-piercing sound broke the air, and the buzzing spread out unceasingly. Ah! Jiyu Xiao roared to the sky and tried to resist. However, that sound that was full of texture seemed to be able to pierce through everything and hit his consciousness directly. No matter how Jiyu Xiao resisted, the vibration of the bowstring was like thousands of sharp arrows, constantly piercing his sea of consciousness and attacking his primordial spirit. Even Murong Shu was dumbfounded by this scene. She knew that her lover was powerful, yet she never expected that before an elite warrior like Jiyu Xiao, Qin Wushuang did not even use the shooting sun arrows and had forced Jiyu Xiao into such an embarrassing state. Once, twice, thrice, the attack waves, one after another, kept crashing into Jiyu Xiao's sea of consciousness in his dantian. And Jiyu Xiao's dantian also seemed to be cut by a sharp knife. Suddenly, Jiyu Xiao's entire body trembled violently. With a loud cry, a mouthful of black blood spurted out from the depths of his throat like an arrow. His eyes were like a dead fish, and he stared at Qin Wushuang in despair. He grabbed his throat with both hands and breathed with difficulty through his nose. You, boom. Jiyu Xiao's huge body, like a golden mountain and jade pillar, fell down with a loud crash. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 738. As soon as Jiyu Xiao had fallen, the hissing moon island had fallen into endless panic. The three deputy island masters were also trapped by the dark mysterious snake and the swallowing sky lion dragon. They did not have much room to resist and were directly swallowed. Without a leader, the hissing moon island had almost collapsed instantly. Ku Die lay on the ground in an embarrassing state. There was no longer a trace of arrogance in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with despair and fear as the corner of his mouth twitched. Master, we have found the underground prison. Master, we have opened the mechanism and found a lot of people locked up. Good news kept coming in. Qin Wushuang walked inside quickly. Under the underground prison, the first one to walk out was Tan Zhongqi. Although old Tan had been locked up for a long time, he was full of energy. He walked over barefooted in large strides. Ha ha, my disciple Wushuang has truly found this place. Teacher. Qin Wushuang also walked up quickly. From his tone, it was filled with the joy of reunion. Between his brows, there was concern. Wushuang, it's you. Tan Zhongqi gave a long sigh emotionally. We all thought that we would not be able to escape this calamity. We didn't expect that you could even find such a secret place. Next, the other higher-ups and core disciples of the Stargaze Palace also walked out. When they saw Qin Wushuang, they more or less felt a trace of surprise. Then, a voice filled with complicated emotions emerged from inside. My child Wushuang, did you really come to save everyone? Qin Lianshan was also extremely excited. He walked out quickly with Qin Xiu and Da Shiming. His eyes were also filled with excitement. Qin Wushuang looked at his family with heartache, especially his sister. Initially, his sister had become chubbier after marriage. Now, she appeared somewhat thin. Sister, you have suffered. Qin Wushuang said emotionally. Murong Shu also walked up and carefully supported Qin Xiu. Sister Xiu, Wushuang has already caught the bad guy that caught you. Da Shiming asked with resentment, where is that kid? A group of people swarmed out and saw that he had been thrown to the ground. His entire body was sealed with restrictions, and he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily. You brat, you were so arrogant back then. How did you turn into a dead dog now? Da Shiming stepped on Ku Die's face and said angrily, when this guy captured us, He said he wanted to sacrifice us to some island master for him to practice his divine skills. Wu Shuang. Brother-in-law, don't worry. The so-called island master he spoke of is already dead. Qin Wushuang said with a faint smile, how do you want to deal with this guy, brother-in-law? How to deal with it? Da Shiming said with a cold voice, it would be all right if I was the only one suffering. But he caused your sister to suffer, so I won't forgive him. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the sword light flashed and disappeared. It directly cut Kelda in two. Blood danced and splashed in all directions, creating a line of blood. When Shongyi saw that all the higher-ups of the Hissing Moon Island were dead, he said loudly, people of the Hissing Moon Island, listen well. This matter is unrelated to you. We will only kill the leader, and not the accomplices. From today onwards, the Hissing Moon Island will be under the direct control of the Falling Treasure Gulf. Regarding Qin Wushuang's method of dealing with the matter, regardless of Shongyi or Su Mi, they were secretly happy. After all, they had never found a chance to suppress this Hissing Moon Island. Now, they had the chance to kill Jiyu Xiao, this troublemaker, and it would not affect the reputation of the Coiled Dragon clan. For such a matter, why not? Those disciples of the Stargaze Palace surrounded Qin Wushuang and chattered with laughter. Especially senior sister Ju Fu, she was filled with curiosity about Qin Wushuang. Currently, Wei Yi and Zhao Muji, as the most exceptional twin stars of the Stargaze Palace, had also increased their strength tremendously. In the human countries, they were also famous young talents. However, these two could not help but sigh with emotion before Qin Wushuang. Ju Fu asked with a chuckle, Junior brother Wushuang, just how powerful is your current strength? Certainly Bao Bao would be more active in such situation. He moved closer and said with a chuckle, my boss's strength. Let's put it this way, for Supreme Dao elite warriors, as long as they are not at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, they must take a detour when they see my boss. Supreme Dao elite warriors? Ju Fu blinked her eyes and had no idea what this concept was. To the human countries, the Supreme Dao stage was too distant and unfamiliar. In the human countries, the perfect stage was already an absolute elite warrior. The limit they could imagine was the Void Martial stage. At most, it was the profound Void Martial stage. Up to this point, the strongest in the human countries was only at the Transformation Void Martial stage. They were still some distance away from the profound Void Martial stage. As for the Supreme Dao stage, Ju Fu had no idea what this concept was. Above the Spiritual Martial stage, there are 4 levels of the Void Martial stage and 2 levels of the Exquisite Mysterious Boundary stage. Only by breaking through the peak of the Common Mysterious stage can you enter the Supreme Dao stage. In the Supreme Dao stage, starting from the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage, there are 9 calamities. After passing all 9 calamities, you can enter the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. My boss's strength is equivalent to the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Bao Bao's boasting even made Shuabuchuan and Tan Zhongqi, the experienced and prudent martial artists of the previous generation, feel waves of astonishment. Supreme Dao stage? To them, this was too far away. When Qin Wushuang saw everyone's astonishment, he immediately laughed. Don't listen to Bao Bao's nonsense. Now, I have not entered the Supreme Dao stage and am only at the Profound Mysterious stage. I am 1 step away from the peak of the Common Mysterious stage. The Common Mysterious stage was the strongest existence beneath the Supreme Dao stage. Therefore, it was called the peak of the Common Mysterious stage. It was the peak existence beneath the Supreme Dao stage. After explaining for a while, Ju Fu seemed to have realized something. Junior brother Wushuang, now you are making all of us feel ashamed of ourselves. Everyone laughed and Zhao Muji was also deeply moved. Thinking back, when junior brother Wushuang first entered the sect, he was still so young and inexperienced. Now, in just a few years, he has grown into an existence that shakes the Tian Xian land. Because of junior brother Wushuang, the Stargaze Palace has gained another glorious history, right? When Qin Lianshan heard everyone praising Qin Wushuang, he felt rather comforted. He pulled Qin Wushuang to a corner and asked about the recent situation of the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang explained the situation to him. Qin Lianshan was speechless. After a while, he gave a long sigh. Wushuang, I am old and useless. I cannot help much to the Qin headquarter. Being a disciple of the Qin clan, you have the talent. You must not let down the bloodline of the Qin clan and the efforts of the head chief. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive as he said seriously, Father, I will return to the aspiring throne mountain before the 16-year deadline. Regardless, the Qin clan is my root. Just like the Stargaze Palace, it is also my root. Okay, Wushuang, ever since you had revealed your talent at the River County Martial Arts student exam, I have never doubted your ability and fortune. This time, I believe that you will surely turn the tide and save the Qin clan from the fire and water. Father, if the Qin clan survives this crisis, the remains of ancestor Qin you can be moved back to the Qin clan and buried in the sacrificial valley. This is what the sect leader personally promised me. Instantly, endless joy shot out from Qin Lianshan's eyes. Wushuang, are you speaking the truth? Yes, Father, I have made great contributions at the Illusion Heavenly Lake and reached the standard set by the chief. And I have also attacked the Heavenly Emperor Gate twice. I should be able to raise the Eastwood Qin clan's position at the Qin clan. Father, don't worry, when the Qin clan is out of danger, I will move you guys back to the aspiring throne mountain immediately. Bao Bao laughed and joined in the fun. Yes, old man, with my boss here, you will only gain face at the aspiring throne mountain. You will never lose face and no one will dare to provoke you. Murong Shu said with a smile, the atmosphere inside the Qin clan is still good. Now, it's rare to see people provoking each other. At this moment, Shongyi also walked over and laughed. Uncle, it's my pleasure to meet you. Qin Wushuang immediately introduced him and talked about how he knew Shongyi and the life and death relationship between the two of them. Qin Lianshan laughed. Good, indeed heroes come from the young. When I see you young people being so promising, I feel deeply that I am already old. Ha ha, what are you talking about? You are in the prime of your life and close to your golden age. By the way, Brother Wushuang, my father-in-law has already returned to the Coiled Dragon Royal Mansion. You can use this opportunity to bring your clansmen and colleagues to my mansion as guests. It's better than drifting around aimlessly, it's also dangerous. Go to the Coiled Dragon clan? Qin Wushuang felt a rush of excitement. At the endless Eastern Sea, there was no place more suitable and safer than the Coiled Dragon Royal Mansion. The Coiled Dragon flying boat was extremely imposing and had a great capacity. The 5 palace masters of the Stargaze Palace felt they were in a dream. In the history of the Stargaze Palace, when they explored the endless Eastern Sea once every 20 years, they almost never returned. They always felt that the endless Eastern Sea was the most dangerous and terrifying existence in the world. Now, not only did they enter the deep part of the endless Eastern Sea, they also rode the flying boat that only the Dragon Clan was qualified to ride and entered the royal mansion of the Dragon Clan as guests. This was simply a dreamlike journey. It was something they never dared to imagine. Because of Qin Wushuang, their disciple, everything that had turned into a dream in the past was perfectly reflected in reality. This way, even if they had suffered some hardship when they were kidnapped, they felt it was completely worth it and would not have any regrets. When they returned to the royal mansion, Long Dabao did not care much after he finished listening to the conversation between Shongyi and Su Mi. He laughed straightforwardly, that Jiyu Xiao has always been a thorn. It's good to kill him, to prevent his long thorns from hurting people. Clearly, Long Dabao did not take the matter of the Hissing Moon Island seriously. After all, to the entire Falling Treasure Gulf, there were more than one powerhouse like the Hissing Moon Island. Su Yi this time I went out to inquire about some things. Most likely, something major will happen at our endless Eastern Sea. At the Eastern Polar region, vividly, there are signs of unrest. Even the forefather Dragon Clan feels some headache. Fortunately, across the entire endless Eastern Sea, our Falling Treasure Gulf is at the most western position. It's exactly the same as the Eastern Polar region. However, if that rumor is true, the endless Eastern Sea will certainly be in chaos. For someone as simple and honest as Long Dabao to speak such pessimistic words, It was enough to prove how terrifying the matter he was talking about was. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 739. Long Dabao knew that Qin Wushuang and Shongyi were sworn friends and did not treat him as an outsider. When he said this, he did not avoid Qin Wushuang at all. Seeing her father speaking so seriously, Su Mi could not help but ask, "Father, what is going on in the Eastern Polar region?" Long Dabao sighed. In the Eastern Polar region, there is a place called the Rushing Current Valley. This Rushing Current Valley is rumored to be the burial place of the immemorial Golden Crow. The immemorial Golden Crow is the accompanying beast of the heavenly sun. Its temperature is extremely high and could melt the earth. Even supreme Dao elite warriors would turn into ashes if they were roasted by that accompanying beast. During the immemorial period, genuine supreme Dao elite warriors could not be enemies with this Golden Crow. They could not even get close to it. So powerful. Immemorial Golden Crow, what the hell is that? But fortunately, it is already dead. Even genuine supreme Dao elite warriors could not get close to it. Su Mi inhaled a breath of cold air and said while stuttering. Even Qin Wushuang and Shongyi looked at each other and felt it was inconceivable. The most terrifying thing about this Golden Crow was that during the immemorial period of the gods, there were as many as 10 Golden Crows in a group. They wreaked havoc for a period of time during the immemorial period. The appearance of this Golden Crow was like the sun in the sky. Therefore, the foolish people of the immemorial period all thought that this Golden Crow was the sun. Even if this Golden Crow wreaked havoc, those foolish people thought it was the punishment from the heavens. They did not know that it was the Golden Crow that wreaked havoc. Clearly, Long Dabao understood some of the stories of the immemorial period very well. He said with a sigh, when those 10 Golden Crows wreaked havoc, the people had no way to make a living. The entire earth was like a giant oven that almost roasted everything. Until the most dangerous moment, a hero emerged and shot 9 of the Golden Crows to death with supreme skills. The last Golden Crow escaped during the chaos. Its whereabouts are unknown. And the place where that hero shot the Golden Crow was at the Rushing Current Valley. Therefore, that Rushing Current Valley was the burial place of those 9 Golden Crows. 10 Golden Crows wreaking havoc. Qin Wushuang was inwardly astonished. Why did this sound so much like the story of Hu Yi shooting down the sun? Could it be that this story had the same version in the Tian Shen land? Qin Wushuang felt more and more suspicious. This Tian Shen land was filled with a strange yet familiar aura. It was as if the world of the Tian Shen continent shared many similarities with the mythological era of his previous world. Vaguely, it seemed as if they were all models. However, this Tian Shen land was clearly not Earth. It was because the difference between the size of Earth and the Tian Shen land was too great. Just the human nations alone were much bigger than Earth, not to mention the 5 forbidden spiritual zones. Wasn't each one of them 100 times bigger than the human nations? When Long Dabao saw Qin Wushuang's somewhat surprised expression, he had an idea and asked, "Nephew Wushuang, have you heard the rumors about the Golden Crow?" Qin Wushuang forced a smile and said, "The version I heard seems to be somewhat different from this." "Uncle Dabao, is the hero who killed the Golden Crow called Yi?" "How did you know?" Long Dabao was shocked. This ancient rumor could be said to be very secretive. If one was not well informed, it would be impossible for them to know the name of that hero. When Qin Wushuang saw Long Dabao's violent reaction, he could not refrain from smiling bitterly. Inwardly, he sighed. It seems that this Tian Shen land is indeed greatly related to the mythological era of Earth. Just what is going on? Could Earth be the Tian Shen land? Or could it be that the Tian Shen land is the predecessor of Earth? For such a mysterious thing, Qin Wushuang could not figure it out even if he cracked his head. However, he felt that there should be a certain connection between these two. Perhaps, Earth was only a low-level continuation of the bloodline of the Tian Shen land. Perhaps, due to the end of the Gods era, the Tian Shen land had entered a new era. There were too many possibilities that Qin Wushuang could not consider for the time being. Daddy, what is the background of that Yi? Is he more powerful than the genuine Supreme Tao? Su Mi could not help but ask. As for his strength, no one can say for sure. All they knew was that the bow he used was very powerful. No one knew where it came from, and no one knew what was going on. However, that Yi's own strength is a mystery. Some people even said that he was just an ordinary hunter. Because he received the favor of the heavens, he received an invincible bow and arrow that could even kill the golden crows. And after killing those golden crows, where did Yi go and where did that bow and arrow come from? All of this has become a mystery. When Long Dabao said this, he was also full of emotions. Clearly, he was also extremely curious about this historical mystery of the immemorial era. Invincible bow and arrow? When he heard this, suddenly, Murongshu had an idea. He asked, Uncle Dabao, what is the name of that invincible bow and arrow? This is also the answer to a mystery. Some people said that the graceful spiritual bow of the later generations was the exceptional divine bow that Yi possessed. However, all of this has not been proven. Graceful spiritual bow. Qin Wushuang and Shang Yi looked at each other. They both felt it was somewhat strange. Long Dabao shot a glance at Qin Wushuang and said with a smile, Nephew Wushuang, now all the major forbidden spiritual zones are spreading the rumor that you broke the seal of the illusion Heavenly Lake, received the inheritance of the golden cicada of the Karakoram immortal clan, and inherited the graceful spiritual bow. This should be true, right? Indeed, Uncle Dabao, this graceful spiritual bow was given to me by Big Brother Shang Yi. Of course, Qin Wushuang was very grateful. Long Dabao laughed heartily. Shang Yi gave the graceful spiritual bow to you. It means that he is not fated to be with this supreme treasure. This is the will of the heavens. You can't blame him or anyone else. Shang Yi was rather calm. Brother, don't feel guilty. In fact, I used that graceful spiritual bow before and I couldn't use it well. Its power is not as great as my own bow and arrow. It seems that this graceful spiritual bow is fated to be with you. Long Dabao said with a smile, this is true. Initially, when the golden cicada had the graceful spiritual bow, he was unparalleled. Even so, in the end, he did not have a good ending and did not establish a foundation. Therefore, the graceful spiritual bow indeed requires great fortune. Without great fortune, even if you are a peerless genius, even if you have outstanding talent, you cannot control the graceful spiritual bow. It's your fortune that you can generously give away the graceful spiritual bow. Shang Yi nodded thoughtfully. He knew the meaning of his father-in-law's words. If he did not have the fortune to possess the graceful spiritual bow and forcefully possessed it, perhaps he would encounter an unexpected disaster. After all, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. However, Su Mi asked, Father, although the eastern polar region is the burial place of the golden crow is dead after all. What danger can it bring? Is the eastern polar region as exaggerated as you said, Father? Long Dabao gave a sigh. The rushing current valley of the eastern polar region is the burial place of the golden crow. The water in the rushing current valley is boiling all year round. This year, someone observed that the water in the rushing current valley is boiling more than in the past. From time to time, there would be surging heat waves shooting to the sky. The water in the rushing current valley is boiling all year round. Although Su Mi grew up at the endless Eastern Sea and lived in the water all year round, she also found it inconceivable when she heard such strange things. Uncle Dabao, how could the water in the rushing current valley be boiling? Could it be there is underground magma with high temperature beneath the water? Qin Wushuang also asked curiously. If it's only the problem of the terrain, then it's easy to take care of. Now, there is a rumor spreading throughout the endless Eastern Sea. It says that although the 9 golden crows from the immemorial era were shot down, the golden crows are immortal and cannot be killed. Even Yi only sealed them temporarily. Now, the change in the rushing current valley is the time for the golden crow to break free from the seal and reappear in the world. The golden crow is not dead. Su Mi stuck out her tongue. Daddy, that golden crow is so powerful. If it is not dead, Not many people could restrain it in the Gods era. Now, wouldn't it be more dangerous? Yes, therefore, at the endless Eastern Sea, especially those abysses close to the rushing current valley, everyone is in a state of panic. Even the forefather dragon clan restrains their fear of that immemorial golden crow. After all, the overall strength of our era is incomparable to the Gods era. Even the Gods era was helpless against the golden crow. Then now, even the elite warriors of the totem powerhouses cannot do anything to the golden crow. Shangyi gave a long sigh. Even the totem elite warriors cannot do anything to the golden crow? Isn't that a little too powerful? Long Dabao said seriously, since that golden crow is an immemorial divine beast from the immemorial era, it's reasonable that they cannot stop it when it wreaks havoc. After all, that golden crow is the accompanying beast of the sun. To put it precisely, it is not a divine beast from the Tian Shen land. Father-in-law, everything now is, after all, only at the rumor stage. Not to mention, the falling treasure gulf is extremely far from the rushing current valley. One is in the west, and the other is in the eastern polar region. Even if that golden crow is reborn from the rushing current valley, the falling treasure gulf will be the last to be attacked. You can say this, yet once that golden crow comes out, not to mention the endless Eastern Sea, even the entire Tian Shen land will not have a peaceful day. I am afraid it will be even more difficult for the endless Eastern Sea to survive. Not only is that golden crow tyrannical, it also holds a grudge. If it is truly not dead, it will definitely be a great disaster to let it escape. Long Dabao also gave a light sigh. He shook his giant head and laughed. Yi is right. Anyways, the falling treasure gulf is at the most western side of the endless Eastern Sea. If there are any movements at the rushing current valley, we will be the last to be attacked. However, regardless, the coiled dragon clan must be prepared to deal with all crises. The forefather dragon clan also issued the 9 dragon order to gather the true 9 dragon clans and the non-traditional 9 dragon clans to gather at the first-rate dragon palace. We will discuss the changes at the rushing current valley. Yi Su you will go see the world together. Long Dabao looked at Qin Wushuang and asked leisurely, Nephew Wushuang, are you interested in seeing them together? If you want to see the forefather dragon clan, this is a good opportunity. Qin Wushuang's brows moved. Can non-dragon disciples also go? Long Dabao laughed. The forefather dragon clan did not forbid bringing outsiders. Not to mention, this gathering is not to discuss the secrets of the dragon clan, but to deal with the changes at the rushing current valley. You are the owner of the graceful spiritual bow, perhaps you are truly related to the ancient great god Yi? Ha ha ha, let's go together. In this case, I am willing to follow Uncle Dabao. Yes, arrange for your family and colleagues to stay at the Coiled Dragon Royal Mansion. I promise that no one can touch them, unless it's the forefather dragon clan. Long Dabao's tone also carried strong confidence. This was an opportunity. If he could truly meet the elite warriors of the forefather dragon clan, naturally Qin Wushuang would be extremely willing to go. I came back too late today. Since the early stage of the decoration is over, I can rest for a few days and wait for the decoration company to come up with the design and construction drawings. For the past few days, old Nyo has not been lazy at all. He has updated at least 4 times a day, continuously exploding in order to make up for the lack of updates in the past 2 days. Chapter 740. The annihilation of the hissing Moon Island had set off great waves on the west side of the endless Eastern Sea. Especially the Horned Dragon clan of the Green Universe Gulf, they were even more astonished. Jiyu Xiao of the hissing Moon Island had always been in contact with the Horned Dragon clan of the Green Universe Gulf. Now, with the sudden death of the leader of the hissing Moon Island and the entire hissing Moon Island being controlled by the one Horned Dragon clan, the Horned Dragon clan felt as if they had been made a fool of. Inside the dragon castle of the Horned Dragon clan, Patriarch Mi Luo, a few elders of the Horned Dragon clan, and the young talents were all present. Mi Luo's hand gently stroked the armrest of the chair back and forth. With a somewhat stern expression, he said, "This time, the Coiled Dragon clan suddenly made a move and took care of the hissing Moon Island. Clearly, They are trying to show off their power to the Horned Dragon clan. Not to mention that Hissing Moon Island is still controversial. Even if it belongs to the Falling Treasure Gulf, they cannot take it down so easily. This Coiled Dragon clan has gone too far. Father, for most of the time in history, that Hissing Moon Island was the territory of the Falling Treasure Gulf. It seems we don't need to care too much, right? A young girl clad in full armor and bursting with heroic spirit raised her voice. This young girl had an impressive figure. Although she was wrapped in red armor, it could not conceal her curvaceous figure. Above her slender and healthy legs, there was a slim waist. Above and below her slender waist, there were perfect curves that set off her curvaceous figure. She was brimming with a youthful and fiery presence. The corner of this girl's mouth raised slightly. Between each of her movements, there was a surge of apparent wildness. This girl was Princess Embark of the Horned Dragon clan. She was also the most famous barbaric princess among the true 9 dragon clans. At the endless Eastern Sea, those young talents drooled with desire for the princesses of each clan. However, they did not dare to provoke this princess at the sorceress level. When this girl had just stepped onto the path of martial arts, there were also some young people who coveted her beauty and proud figure. However, these pursuers all ended up in an embarrassing state. They either had their hair burned off by this sorceress, or they were stripped naked and hung up as a warning to the public. When they encountered those who did not have any reputation, she slapped them until they became a pig's head. Among the younger generation of the endless Eastern Sea, this girl was like a sorceress who acted alone. Luo smiled at his beloved daughter's words. What do you know? The Coiling Dragon clan and my Horned Dragon clan have been competing for tens of thousands of years. We have never been able to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. The Hissing Moon Island was actually a target that the two families were competing for. If this Hissing Moon Island is controlled by the Coiling Dragon clan, it will be no different from a failure for our Horned Dragon clan. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let this matter rest. Embark raised the corner of her mouth. We can't just leave it at that. We can't possibly fight them with our lives, right? Now that the first-rate Dragon Palace has issued the 9 Dragons order, we don't have time to mess with the Coiled Dragon clan. Even if I had the time, I wouldn't be able to do anything. The ones who killed those leaders of the Howling Moon Island were not from the Coiling Dragon clan but outsiders. Outsider? Embark's expression turned ugly. If it's someone from the Coiled Dragon clan, then forget it. Outsiders? What right did outsiders have to interfere? Who is so bold? Luo said indifferently, aren't I asking around? While they were talking, a message talisman shot into the room from afar. Luo caught it and after she finished listening, her expression instantly became solemn. You went to the Illusion Heavenly Lake last time. Am I right? A young man next to Embark stood up. Uncle, I went. What's wrong? Luo nodded. You also participated in the ordeal competition at the Illusion Heavenly Lake, right? Yes, unfortunately I did not perform well and did not enter the top 10. It's truly regretful. Luo waved his hand. Anyways, for our Horned Dragon clan, Embark did not go. The strength of the others is not enough to aim for the top 10. A trace of arrogance flashed across Embark's pretty face. That's right, if I had gone, how could I be like that idiot Jiang Kuei who lost the championship that was already in his hand? Embark had an easygoing personality as he laughed. Yes, if sister had gone, certainly you would have won the championship. How could I let someone from the Shen Yuan Mound win the championship? Luo narrowed his eyes into a line. Championship? Embark, tell me, what does that little guy that won the championship look like? What is his name? That guy is called Qin Wushuang, everyone should know him. As for what that guy looks like, he has sharp edges and corners. Although he is not old, he has his own imposing manner. In the end, when this kid flew out riding on a 6th Calamity Divine Beast, he truly shocked everyone. What kind of weapon does that guy use, have you heard? That guy seems to have many weapons. However, I heard that his most powerful weapon is a bow and arrow. Luo's expression became even more solemn. When Embark saw her father's somewhat strange expression, she could not refrain from asking, "Father, what are you thinking?" Mi Luo gave a long sigh. "The latest news I received is that the person that killed Jiu Xiao is also a young man. He also used a bow. The most terrifying part is that he did not even draw the bow and that Jiu Xiao was killed." "Father, could the person you are talking about be that champion, Qin Wushuang?" Mi Luo said slowly with a ruthless tone. "I am afraid it's him." Ji seemed to have remembered something. "By the way, uncle, when I was at the Karakoram Immortal Clan, that Qin Wushuang once had a dispute with the Amei Daoist sect. At that time, this Qin Wushuang even invited the princess of the Coiled Dragon Clan, Su Mi, and her husband, Shong Yi, to testify. It seems that Shong Yi is an old friend of Qin Wushuang." When Mi Luo heard these words, instantly a burst of sharp lights flashed across his eyes. Blue veins protruded from the back of his hand. "Shong Yi is an old friend of that Qin Wushuang, right?" "Yes," Ji answered carefully. That's right. It must be that Qin Wushuang." Mi Luo's tone had become even more complicated. Mi Jiao was incredibly confused. "Father, even if it's that Qin Wushuang, it doesn't seem to matter if he comes to the Endless Eastern Sea to play, right?" Mi Luo's eyes burst with sharp lights as he gave a cold sneer. "Little girl, what do you know? What did that Qin Wushuang rely on to become the ordeal champion? With his strength at the perfect void martial stage, what did he rely on to become the ordeal champion? It's the bow in his hand. Now, the entire Tianxian land is discussing whether or not that bow is the graceful spiritual bow that has been lost for thousands of years." Graceful spiritual bow. Mi Jiao's expression also became complicated as she whispered, "If he relied on the graceful spiritual bow, then I can only say that he has great luck." "Great luck?" Mi Luo shook his head. "Little girl, if you think he only got lucky, then you are gravely wrong." "What? Father, could it be that he has 3 heads and 6 arms?" "I don't know if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. However, in the recent tens and thousands of years, there are accurate historical records that the graceful spiritual bow only had Golden Cicada as its owner. Even with Golden Cicada's strength, he still could not control the graceful spiritual bow and died early. He was able to acquire the graceful spiritual bow and use it. Not only does this Qin Wushuang have the talent, he also has the fortune. For this person, if he can soar out of nowhere, certainly he will become a legend in the Tianxian land." "Legend?" Mi Jiao was not convinced. "If a random person can become a legend, then I, the princess, will definitely be a legend among legends in the future." Mi Luo shot a meaningful glance at Mi Jiao. "Little girl, you do have good talent. Perhaps not many people outside the totem powerhouses can be on par with you. However, according to the information, that Qin Wushuang already killed 2 Supreme Dao elite warriors at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Do you think you can do it?" A trace of astonishment flashed across Mi Jiao's eyes. Supreme Dao elite warriors. However, there was still a trace of disdain in her tone. Just as father said, he only relied on the power of the graceful spiritual bow. If I had such divine weapon, certainly it would be as easy as blowing off dust to kill a Supreme Dao warrior. When she said this, a trace of strange color flashed across Mi Jiao's expression. "Daddy, since that Qin Wushuang has already come to our Endless Eastern Sea, I will go meet him. I will see whether he is the favored son of the gods or a guy that has gotten lucky." "Little girl, do not make trouble. I have my own methods." "What methods?" "The Qin clan that Qin Wushuang is at is being besieged by the 6 gates of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This Qin Wushuang is the figure that the Heavenly Emperor Gate wants as soon as possible. If we pass this information to the Heavenly Emperor Gate, certainly we can gain some benefits. Besides, if we can lure them to kill each other, wouldn't we be able to take whatever we want in the territory of the Endless Eastern Sea?" "Father, why are you so interested in that young man all of a sudden? It seems we do not have much relationship with the Heavenly Emperor Gate, right? Why should we pass the information to them?" Traces of a strange smile spilled from the corner of Mi Luo's mouth. "I am not very interested in Qin Wushuang, but I am interested in the graceful spiritual bow. If we can get that graceful spiritual bow, Our Horned Dragon clan can definitely proclaim ourselves as the king among the true 9 dragon clans and the non-traditional 9 dragon clan. We will become the #1 dragon clan beneath the totem forefather dragon clan. Mi-Jiao cast away her lips. Then it's better to let me go. I promise I will snatch the graceful spiritual bow. How about you go yourself? That Qin Wushuang will not have any power to resist. I go. Mi-Luo touched his nose. If I go, besides causing a chaotic war between the Horned Dragon and the Coiled Dragon clans, there will not be a second possibility. Little girl, when doing something, the best way is to not do it yourself. You can get the best result. If you have to do it for every matter, it would be too tiring. You have to learn from him. I will not learn, Mi-Jiao said with a determined tone. My dream is to become the strongest existence in the Tianxian land. I will use my strength to solve everything. Father, if you have absolute strength, why do you need to spend so much effort scheming? Mi-Luo revealed a light smile and did not feel disobedience towards his swift and fierce daughter's style. He stood up leisurely and said with a light smile, Heavenly Emperor Gate, you must work hard. After he finished speaking, in a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Mi-Jiao stomped her feet and her eyes flickered. Suddenly, as if she had decided on something, a little willful smile spilled out from the corner of her mouth. She said to Mi-Ji, I am very stuffy, I am going out for a walk. Sister, I will go with you. Mi-Jiao cast away her lips. Let it go, with your little strength, you will only get in my way. After she finished speaking, Mi-Jiao's figure swayed and changed into a ball of air like a raging fire. She also floated away. 4 chapters today, in the next 5 to 6 days. I will strive for an average of 4 chapters per day. Today is the 16th. In these 6 days to the 21st, I will explode 24 chapters in one breath. Everyone, please whip me and supervise me together. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 741. Before the aspiring throne mountain, the Heavenly Emperor party still had strong soldiers and horses. They surrounded the aspiring throne mountain into an iron bucket formation. After suffering that loss from Qin Wushuang, the current Heavenly Emperor party had adopted strict surveillance over all places of the aspiring throne mountain. Most likely even a fly would find it difficult to fly out. However, since the Nirvana heavenly plow was sealed by the head chief's divine soul, its progress was extremely slow. Regardless of how Xin Tianwen urged it, he could not get rid of that seal. Xin Tianwen knew that unless he used his divine soul against Qin Xiaotian's divine soul, he would be at his wit's end. However, in that case, since his divine soul was in a deadlock with Qin Xiaotian, naturally he could not drive the Nirvana heavenly plow. It would be in vain. The most terrifying consequence would be that if both Xin Tianwen and Qin Xiaotian were to suffer injuries, the Heavenly Emperor party would most likely split up or even collapse completely. Currently, the Heavenly Emperor party was completely supported by Xin Tianwen's prestige. Once Xin Tianwen could not support it, this party would certainly fall apart. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Xin Tianchong arrived outside the Heavenly Emperor's door with quick steps. Tianchong, what's the matter? Your Majesty, the latest news shows that Qin Wushuang has already escaped to the endless Eastern Sea. What? Xin Tianwen's chest seemed to have been smashed by a hammer. Xin Tianchong walked before the Heavenly Emperor and took out a message talisman. Your Majesty, listen, this is the news sent by our secret agent at the endless Eastern Sea. Currently, at the endless Eastern Sea, the news of Qin Wushuang being at the endless Eastern Sea is widely spread. Additionally, that Qin Wushuang also destroyed a place called the Hissing Moon Island. After Xin Tianwen finished listening, his expression turned incredibly unsightly. His face almost changed shape. Qin Wushuang, how is this possible? How did he do it? How did he do it? Xin Tianchong was also confused. For the Xian Yuan Mound, the informants and intelligence network were no less than an inescapable net. However, Under the surveillance of these intelligence networks, that Qin Wushuang was still able to disappear like a gust of wind and went to the endless eastern sea with ease. To the heavenly emperor gate, this was the greatest humiliation. Gather all the supreme Tao experts. Xin Tianwen worked hard to calm down the anger in his heart. He ordered, contact Qianwu and let her enter the eastern sea directly. No matter what kind of restriction it is, use the true divine 6 weapons to break it. Yes. In front of the aspiring throne mountain, all the supreme Tao elite warriors had gathered. When they saw the expression of Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen, these supreme Tao elite warriors also trembled with fear and trepidation. They were all wondering what kind of unlucky thing had happened to His Majesty. Why did he look so unhappy? Endless Eastern Sea. Everyone, can you believe it? Qin Wushuang has already entered the endless Eastern Sea. How is it possible? Xin Tianchen was dumbstruck. Your Majesty, it's impossible, right? Tianwu was guarding that exit. If that Qin Wushuang was going to the endless Eastern Sea, there was no reason that Tianwu could not discover him. Now, Tianwu wasn't afraid of his observant finger jade disc. Besides, the intelligence network of the Shen Yuan Mound is spread all over the place. How could he have avoided it completely? Xin Tianwen was full of anger. I also want to know how he entered the endless Eastern Sea. However, the information came in that Qin Wushuang has indeed entered the endless Eastern Sea. What the hell? This is truly a living ghost. Xin Tianchen's complexion also turned green. He felt that this matter was impossible. Even for an elite warrior of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, it would be impossible to avoid all the eyes. That Qin Wushuang was this devilish. At this moment, suddenly, Yang Guinan of the Heavenly Punishing Villa moved his lips as if he wanted to say something. Guinan, what do you want to say? Xin Tianwen was so powerful that he saw everyone's movements. Of course, he saw Yang Guinan's reaction. Your Majesty, during this time, I've been thinking that Qin Wushuang came from the human countries. Regardless of emotion or reason, from a rational point of view, regardless of his great talent, his growth speed should not be faster than the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, right? Xin Tianwen nodded lightly. In terms of reason, it's true. However, that Qin Wushuang is this devilish. Do you think there are any new explanations that can explain it? Yang Guinan said, I've been tracing back history. I've investigated a large amount of information and rumors. I've read many secret stories about the Tian Shen land. I also read about the calamity that happened 10,000 years ago. Many forbidden spiritual zones had a chaotic battle 10,000 years ago. Groups of supreme Tao elite warriors had fallen in that battle. Why would a mere human country make so many divine Tao powerhouses fight for it, and even fall for it? Yes, of course there are stories about it. Since Xin Tianwen held a lofty position, of course he knew more about some secret history. Your Majesty, I don't know much about the stories. These words were meant to show that there must be something extraordinary about the human nation. I once heard a faintly discernible rumor that the human countries have a miraculous ancient formation. The person who inherits this formation can ride above the peak of the Tian Shen land. As soon as he spoke these words, like a great bell, it rang above everyone's heart. A miraculous ancient formation. Many people here had heard of this rumor. Only, everyone here felt that it was only a faintly discernible rumor. Its authenticity was questionable. Ancient formation. Xin Tianwen's expression turned incredibly unsightly. Guinan, your words have awakened me from my dream. For this ancient formation, I once heard the totem elite warriors talk about it. It seems to truly exist. Only, for tens and thousands of years, no one has succeeded in inheriting this formation. Could it be? When he said this, Xin Tianwen's voice had changed. It had clearly become hoarse and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, could it be that Qin Wushuang has already inherited that miraculous ancient formation? Xin Tianchen's heartbeat also sped up as he asked with an incomparably unsightly expression. If everything else cannot explain how a guy from the human countries could be this devilish, then most likely, Guinan's guess is true. When Xin Tianwen said this, His entire person was restless like a volcano and could erupt at any moment. His imposing manner was terrifying. Ancient formation. Lei Yu also chewed and said with a dissatisfied tone, "Your Majesty, if this Qin Wushuang has truly inherited the ancient formation, his growth speed will be terrifying. If we let him return to the Xian Yuan mound safely, to us, it will be a great disaster. We must kill him, only by killing him can we have peace," Xin Tianchen said coldly. Finally, Xin Tianwen nodded. "For this Qin Wushuang, I must admit that we still underestimated him. It seems that we must send someone to the endless Eastern Sea. Your Majesty, since that Qin Wushuang has inherited the formation, why don't we kill him with a borrowed knife? We can spread the news that Qin Wushuang has inherited the formation. In this case, I am afraid what Qin Wushuang will face will not be the pursuit of the Heavenly Emperor Six Gates. Perhaps, he will become the public enemy of the Tianxian land." Xin Tianwen's expression changed. Clearly, he was extremely moved by this suggestion. A trace of a malevolent cold sneer spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Tianchen, this is a good idea. Regardless of whether he has inherited the formation, he will become the target of public criticism." Xin Tianchen laughed maliciously. "All right, Tianchen, Guinan, you will take care of this matter. You must spread the news as far as possible. Lei Yu, get ready to go to the endless Eastern Sea to help Tianwu. With the two of you at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage joining hands, unless the Totem Clan steps out, you will be safe." As he said this, Xin Tianwen opened his arm and a weapon appeared in his hand. This is the Heavenly Oppress Spear, one of the genuine divine 6 weapons. It excels in frontal attacks. Combined with your thunder and lightning attacks, it will bring out the best in each other. Lei Yu, I will lend it to you today. You must kill that Qin Wushuang. Join hands with Tianwu to seize the graceful spiritual bow, understand? When Lei Yu saw the genuine divine 6 weapons, he was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. "Your Majesty, I will not disappoint you." With the Heavenly Oppress Spear, one of the genuine divine 6 weapons, Lei Yu only felt his entire body was filled with power. Even when facing elite warriors with higher strength, he could win. Half a month later, a piece of news spread across all the sects of the Tianxian land. Even the totem powerhouses of the 5 forbidden spiritual zones received the information. Inside the Karakoram Immortal Clan, Daoist Master Wang Chan opened his eyes and walked down from the cloud bed. He shot out a few voice transmission talismans. "Silver Cicada, Snow Cicada, listen well. Disciples of the Karakoram Immortal Clan are not allowed to go out and get involved in any disputes related to Qin Wushuang. Regardless of how those powerhouses turn the sky and the earth upside down, no one from the Karakoram Immortal Clan is allowed to get involved. If anyone disobeys my orders, kill them." At the same time, the totem elite warriors of the Shen Yuan clan also gathered together. Indeed, Shen Yuan Wei was among them. When he looked at the number 1 elite warrior of the Shen Yuan clan, Shen Yuan Wei's expression was somewhat anxious. "Head Chief, please say something." Head Chief Shen Yuan Yang's entire person was like an ancient well, for there were no waves or ripples. He even gave people an unreal sense of existence. "What do you want me to say?" Finally, Shen Yuan Yang's unhurried voice sounded. "Now, the outside world is spreading the rumor that Kid of the Qin clan has inherited that miraculous ancient formation. Head Chief, the rumor of that formation has stated clearly that the one who has inherited this formation can ride above the peak of the Tianxian land." Shen Yuan Wei's tone was fervent. Shen Yuan Yang asked lightly, "My Shen Yuan clan is an honorable totem powerhouse and holds a supreme position in the Shen Yuan mound. Could it be that we are not at the peak of the Tianxian land?" "Of course we are. However, there are 5 forbidden spiritual zones. Even if we stand at the peak, we are only on par with the other totem powerhouses. If we can rise to the next level and ride above the other totem powerhouses, we can rule the entire Tianxian land. That would be called riding above." Shen Yuan Wei's speech caused each of the totem elite warriors of the Shen Yuan clan to feel somewhat shaken and spirited. This included Shen Yuan Ba, who had protected the Qin clan at the Karakoram Immortal Clan. Shen Yuan Ba also gave a bitter smile and gave a long sigh. I didn't expect that son of the Qin clan to be this monstrous. I only thought that he was a young man with talent comparable to the totem disciples. I didn't expect that he was the inheritor of that miraculous ancient formation. It seems that sooner or later, this kid will become an existence that even the totem clan will feel threatened by. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 742. Being the supreme existence of the forbidden spiritual zones, it was almost impossible for the totem clan to interfere with the secular powerhouses. Moreover, it was almost impossible for them to be moved by worldly conflicts. Don't look at how the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates were fighting to the death. In fact, to the totem clan, it was an incredibly laughable and childish matter. If the totem clan was willing, they could make the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates vanish in a puff of smoke. However, even though there were not many things that moved their hearts, it did not mean there were none. For example, that graceful spiritual bow had moved Shen Yuan Wei's heart. For example, that ancient formation had made all Shen Yuan elite warriors feel a surge of powerful attraction. Being the head chief of the Shen Yuan clan, naturally Shen Yuan Yang had more things to consider. He knew that even if the rumor of that ancient formation was true, it would involve a lot of things. If the Shen Yuan clan was moved, could it be the other totem powerhouses would not be moved? The forefather dragon clan of the endless eastern sea, the divine farmer clan of the heavenly fire southern border, the fire god Zhurong clan, the Karakoram immortal clan of the illusion heavenly lake, and the dark mysterious clan of the extreme north snow zone. Regardless of which of these 5 major powerhouses, they would not be weaker than the Shen Yuan clan. Once the totem powerhouses fought with each other, it would be difficult to predict the consequences. No one could say how chaotic it would be. Naturally, the other totem powerhouses could not avoid discussing this matter. Besides the Karakoram immortal clan who had a clear attitude, some were observing, some were radical, and some were hesitant. In a mysterious corner of the Tian Shen land, clearly Li Buyi, who was dressed like a scholar, had heard many different versions of the rumor. A strange smile emerged on his face as he mumbled to himself, "This little guy is growing up fast. Even the totem powerhouses are paying attention to him. It seems I must beat him. Or else, when the totem powerhouses send people out, it will not be easy. It's beyond the rules of the game." Inside the Karakoram immortal clan, all the supreme Dao elite warriors also arrived at King Cicada's cave dwelling. That silver cicada was also a woman. Dressed in a silver robe, she appeared to have an outstanding temperament. Covered with a layer of light silver muslin, she gave people an ethereal feeling. Head chief, according to the information, all totem elite warriors of the major forbidden spiritual zones are showing signs of restlessness. Our illusion heavenly lake can't fall behind, right? Silver Cicada looked at King Cicada, who had his eyes closed and did not speak. She felt extremely unbalanced. According to her, the Kunlun immortal clan should have taken action immediately. Moreover, the Karakoram immortal clan had more reasons to attack than the other totem forces. He could use the graceful spiritual bow as an excuse to cause trouble for Qin Wushuang. Wang Chan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Silver Cicada, what do you think are our chances of winning if we take action? If all the great totems make a move, our chances of winning shouldn't exceed 20%, right? After all, there are as many as 6 totem forces. Yes, it's really unwise to put my Kunlun immortal clan on the grill with this mere 20% chance." Grill? Silver Cicada did not understand. "Head chief, where did this come from? There shouldn't be any collusion between the totem forces to deal with our illusion heavenly lake together, right? Totems are on guard against each other. It is impossible for them to collude." Wang Chan said calmly, "Silver Cicada, don't be anxious. I believe that you will know very soon." "Head chief, how can I not be anxious? The graceful spiritual bow has been lost outside and I have not had a moment of peace. If head chief doesn't attack, I plan to do it myself. No matter what, I must let the graceful spiritual bow return to the Karakoram immortal clan. Silver Cicada's tone was very firm. Silver Cicada, don't be rash. It was the first time that a stern expression appeared in Wang Chan's eyes. Head Chief, you are really standing aloof from worldly affairs. This is not like your style. Thinking back to that year, our big brother Wang Chan was so domineering. Why can't you make up your mind on this matter? Silver Cicada was full of questions. On the side, Snow Cicada pulled her sleeve. Silver Cicada, don't be too agitated. Don't contradict the head chief. Wang Chan said with a bitter smile, it's okay to contradict me. Why would I care? Silver Cicada, sit down. I will ask you some questions and you will answer some of my questions calmly. Silver Cicada sat down angrily. Head chief, please ask. Yes, let me ask you, that graceful spiritual bow, since ancient times, has it belonged to our Karakoram immortal clan? Silver Cicada was stunned and bit her lips lightly. That's not the case. Have you heard about the rumor of the graceful spiritual bow? Wang Chan asked again. I have heard that the one who owns the graceful spiritual bow will have great fortune and opportunity. Without great fortune, one would not be able to achieve this great fortune. In the past, senior brother Golden Cicada, Silver Cicada, you and Golden Cicada are blood siblings. I understand your feelings. However, the death of Golden Cicada means that in the end, he did not have enough fortune. And before Golden Cicada, what does that graceful spiritual bow have to do with the Karakoram immortal clan? How could we treat the graceful spiritual bow as something that belongs to the Karakoram immortal clan just because Golden Cicada once owned it? Silver Cicada said, at least, senior brother Golden Cicada is the only recorded owner of the graceful spiritual bow in the past 10,000 years. Wang Chan gave a light sigh. What you said makes sense. Let me ask you again, when the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates came to the illusion Heavenly Lake, did you send people to cause trouble on the immortal leaf-flying boat for revenge? Yes, I do not deny this. When Silver Cicada talked about this matter, she also had great anger. Senior brother Golden Cicada died at the Shen Yuan Mound without knowing the reason. What would it matter if we let them suffer a little? Darn it, the ordeal competition allowed that disciple of the Shen Yuan Mound to win the championship. Thinking about it, I feel resentful. Silver Cicada, you can have resentment towards the Shen Yuan clan, you can have all kinds of emotions. However, now everyone is going after that Qin Wushuang. You must not get involved in this matter. While he was speaking, Wang Chan beckoned with his hand and a message talisman sparkled like a little pearl from the center of his palm. It's here, it's earlier than I thought. It seems that senior brother Li is truly overprotective, haha. Wang Chan flicked the tip of his finger lightly and said to Silver Cicada, listen well. Silver Cicada showed a face of astonishment and held her breath with rapt attention. When that message talisman was broken, Li Buyi's voice said lightly, Wang Chan, you did not forget the words I said at your cave dwelling last time, right? It was just a simple sentence without any other words. However, like a blossoming peach blossom, Wang Chan's face was filled with endless joy. He formed a message talisman and sent it through his spiritual perception. With a flick of his finger, he shot it out. Silver Cicada was still somewhat confused. Head Chief, who is this? He dares to call your name directly? Silver Cicada, this person is called Li Buyi. If there is anyone in the Tian Shen land that even the Totem clan cannot afford to offend, then Li Buyi is definitely one of the few. Li Buyi, who is he? Silver Cicada could not refrain from asking. She looked at Snow Cicada next to her and also showed a face of confusion. Wang Chan gave a long sigh. Li Buyi, perhaps only the leader of the Totem clan is qualified to know his name. Even I must respect him by calling him Senior Brother Li. Senior Brother Li? Head Chief, what nonsense are you talking about? Light flashed across Wang Chan's eyes. Silver Cicada, do you know about the god discarding door? Of course I know, the legendary god discarding door that only opens once every 10,000 years. How could I not know about the god discarding door that possesses countless fortunes and can also produce endless destruction? You know it, It's only an appearance. Wang Chan said lightly, the god-discarding door is the ruins of the immemorial war of the gods. It's also the gate of destiny for the Tian Shen land. When you charge out of the god-discarding door, you can attain the Tao of the heavenly god, soar to the Galaxia and live a free and unfettered life. Soar to the Galaxia, it's easy to say. In these tens and thousands of years, I have never heard of anyone training to the stage of soaring to the Galaxia. Does the heavenly supreme Tao truly exist? Silver Cicada still could not believe it. At her current stage, she was only at the fourth calamity of the genuine supreme Tao stage. At the genuine supreme Tao stage, the difference between each calamity was incredibly obvious. Even for a second calamity, they could easily face 3 or 5 genuine supreme Tao warriors at the first calamity. The leaders of the totem clans were almost all old monsters at the 8th calamity. Regardless, they could not summon the 9th calamity and did not have the courage to do so. It was because up to this point, in tens and thousands of years of history, the few genuine supreme Tao warriors that dared to aim for the 9th calamity had all failed without exception. In other words, the 8th calamity of the genuine supreme Tao stage was almost the limit of the Tian Shen land. If they dashed again, they would only face destruction. Perhaps, the heavenly supreme Tao truly exists. King Cicada's voice was calm and determined. If the heavenly supreme Tao exists, who? Silver Cicada was greatly astonished. The person who sent the message a moment ago, Brother Li Buyi, most likely is at the heavenly supreme Tao stage. He. Just who is he? He is at the heavenly supreme Tao stage? Doesn't the heavenly supreme Tao stage allow one to soar to the Galaxia? Why would he stay at the Tian Shen land? Silver Cicada could not understand. He is the ruler of the god-discarding door, he is in charge of the god-discarding door. The world only knows that the totem clan is the peak existence at the Tian Shen land. They don't know that the one that truly controls the fate of the Tian Shen land is Li Buyi, the ruler of the land. Ruler of the land? Silver Cicada and Xue Chan exchanged a glance and their faces were filled with astonishment. Yes, the ruler. Regarding the fate of the Tian Shen land, the direction of the future, only this ruler can grasp the direction. He is the true helmsman. Before the ruler, the totem powerhouses must follow the rules of the ruler. The ruler controls all the rules of the Tian Shen land. Silver Cicada stuttered, Then this ruler is related to us dealing with Qin Wushuang? It is related, and it is greatly related. Before the 10,000-year immortal pilgrimage assembly, Brother Li came to my cave dwelling. His goal was to deal with that Qin Wushuang. Silver Cicada was completely stunned. Now, she finally understood why the head chief had always treated this matter with indifference. Initially, everything was because of that ruler of the land. Could it be that Qin Wushuang is someone protected by the ruler? No. King Cicada said seriously, that Qin Wushuang is only someone the ruler thinks highly of, and not someone he is protecting. The ruler does not plan to protect him, he only hopes to not bully him publicly due to the great difference in level. If the totem clan stepped out to deal with Qin Wushuang, clearly there is too great of a disparity. Certainly, it will attract the interference of Brother Li. I believe that those totem powerhouses that have already made their move must be badly battered and exhausted, right? When King Cicada said this, the smile on his face became even more vibrant. He really wanted to see the expression of those elite warriors of the other totem powerhouses. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 743. King Cicada's words caused Silver Cicada's entire body to break out in a cold sweat. A burst of chills ran down her spine. If it weren't for the strict order from the head chief, most likely she would have already arrived at the endless Eastern Sea. If she had angered the controller of the god-discarding door, most likely she would be in great trouble the next time the door opened. With a lingering fear, Silver Cicada looked at the head leader gratefully and murmured, "Head leader, it was Silver Cicada's fault for offending you. Please forgive me, head leader." The head chief could not help but laugh and gave a long sigh. Silver Cicada, I only hope you can change your fiery temper. It's been a few thousand years since Golden Cicada's incident. Now, you should be happy that someone is passing on his legacy. You should be watching that Qin Wushuang fight with the graceful spiritual bow, just like Golden Cicada in the past. Silver Cicada bit her lips lightly and revealed a blurred expression. Blessing and cheering for others? I really cannot do it. Regardless, I will try. She gave a soft smile. Speaking of Qin Wushuang, that kid was also teased by my immortal leaf-flying boat. King Cicada laughed. Let's watch. I am looking forward to the growth of this Qin Wushuang. I really want to know whether the person favored by the controller can break through the destiny of the graceful spiritual bow, whether he will not repeat Golden Cicada's mistake and become the first person to soar to the Galaxia in tens and thousands of years. As soon as these words were spoken, all totem elite warriors of the Karakoram immortal clan felt apprehensive. After a moment of silence, Silver Cicada asked, Head Chief, should we order all sects to not act without permission? To protect the strength of all major Daoist sects of the illusion Heavenly Lake? King Cicada shook his head indifferently. No need. Brother Li's starting point is clear, we cannot make a big fanfare, we cannot make a big commotion, and we cannot let that Qin Wushuang know that someone is supporting him from behind. Besides the totem powerhouses that cannot interfere, even if the other sects come out in full force, they cannot stop him. This is Brother Li's bottom line. Such a strange bottom line. Even if the totem clan does not step out, with so many sects in the Tien Shenland, there are many elite warriors. A few sects also have genuine supreme Dao elite warriors. Silver Cicada gave a long sigh. Let's not talk about those genuine supreme Dao experts who haven't even passed through a single calamity. Wang Chan chuckled lightly. In terms of Xin Tianwen of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, despite having the power at the genuine supreme Dao stage, he could not take down the Qin clan. It was apparent that the Xin clan was nearing its end. If Qin Wushuang can break through this calamity, it will be the day of the Xin clan's demise. Just as King Cicada received Li Buyi's message talisman, all the totem leaders also received Li Buyi's message. After learning of Li Buyi's intentions, these totem leaders did not dare to neglect as they immediately gathered all the totem elite warriors and ordered them to not act blindly without thinking. This was especially true for Shenyuan Yang. He knew that there were many people in the Shenyuan clan who were itching to make a move. Especially Shenyuan Wei, who was unable to restrain himself and had long since wanted to make a move. Everyone, listen up. At the Endless Eastern Sea, totem elite warriors would not participate. Qin Wushuang would not be threatened by any totem warriors. Whoever goes will die. Shenyuan Yang's tone was indifferent. Shenyuan Wei raised his thick eyebrow. Whoever goes will die. That Qin Wushuang is not at such a monstrous level, right? He can kill totem elite warriors. Shenyuan Yang said lightly, now, of course Qin Wushuang cannot kill totem elite warriors. However, the person who could kill the totem elite warrior was watching Qin Wushuang's each and every move. Junior brother Wei, if you do not want to face the calamity in 30 years, I advise you to stop your little tricks. What kind of tricks could I be playing? Head Chief, if you did not allow me to go, could I have gone in secret? Shenyuan Wei also shook his head with a bitter smile. Ha ha, you should know your little tricks better than me, right? Xin Tianwen visited twice. What did you say and do? Do you still not know? Shenyuan Wei was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He thought everything he did was flawless and no one would know. Unexpectedly, anyways, I don't want to listen to your explanation. It seems you truly do not want to come back to the Shenyuan clan. After the matter here is over, you should continue to stay there. Come back when you get rid of your heart devil. Shenyuan Wei panted heavily and his gaze was like that of an injured leopard. He roared, Head Chief, from beginning to end, what did I do wrong? That Golden Cicada looked down on the Shenyuan clan. Isn't it right and proper for me to take people to kill him? Could it be that my Shenyuan mound will allow outsiders to strut around? Shenyuan Yang waved his hand. These matters are already in the past. I do not want to mention it again. How to resolve this cause and effect will depend on the future. I only want to say that you are on your own now. If something that goes against the rules happens again, perhaps, not only will I not save you, I will make a move to punish you myself. Xian Yuan Wei was astonished. Head Chief, this. Can you tell me why this is? It's because you are not smart. Not only did you break the rules and get involved in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain conflict, you also stood on the wrong team. Stood on the wrong team? What do you mean? Xian Yuan Wei could not understand. Could it be that the Qin clan is going to change their mind? I will only tell you that the Xin clan will lose for sure. And the Qin clan will go much further. How do you know? Xian Yuan Wei did not believe this evil. It's simple. Just as I said earlier, someone is watching Qin Wushuang's movements. The fate of the Qin clan is favored by the heavens. Especially Qin Wushuang, the person protecting him in the dark is the controller of the god discarding door. He is an absolute elite warrior that can decide the fate of the totem powerhouses. Xian Yuan Wei was dumbstruck. After a while, he bowed to Xian Yuan Yang and turned to walk outside. Remember, from now on, you must be careful with your words and actions. You must not leak any information. Xian Yuan Yang warned, if you still flirt with that Xin Tianwen, you will bear the consequences. Although Xian Yuan Wei was arrogant, his entire body could not refrain from trembling when he heard these words. Inside the endless Eastern Sea, not long after Qin Wushuang had moved, news came from everywhere. The overwhelming rumors made Qin Wushuang feel dizzy. He realized that most likely this trip to the endless Eastern Sea would not be an easy journey. Initially, under the power of the Coiled Dragon clan, even if there were people who provoked them, they would not dare to go too far. As time passed, these people even became somewhat disrespectful to the Coiled Dragon clan. Although the Coiled Dragon clan was unperturbed and did not take it seriously, Qin Wushuang knew that if this continued, sooner or later it would implicate the Coiled Dragon clan. When he found Long Dabao and Shang Yi, Qin Wushuang said, "Uncle Dabao, now the rumors are extremely unfavorable to me. As time passes, it will also have a negative influence on the Coiled Dragon clan. I do not dare to implicate everyone, so I will part ways with everyone." Shang Yi said urgently, "Brother, between us, why are you treating me as an outsider?" Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Brother, it's not that I am treating you as an outsider, but as a person, I don't like to implicate others. I will never forget the great kindness of the Coiled Dragon clan. However, in the future, I want to face it alone to avoid dragging the Coiled Dragon clan down with me." Long Dabao said with a smile, "Wushuang, when has the Coiled Dragon clan ever been afraid of things? Let me say the ugly words first, if the Totem clan comes, I do not have the skills to protect you. For other powerhouses, humph humph, my Coiled Dragon clan is not afraid of anything." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Uncle Dabao, it's not a matter of being afraid. Instead, I want to use this opportunity to gain experience. If the Coiled Dragon clan has the heart, please help me take care of my family and colleagues. I will be endlessly grateful. You can rest assured about this. For the defenses of my Coiled Dragon royal mansion, besides the super elite warriors of the Totem clan, no one else can break it." This time, Qin Wushuang left Murongshu at the Coiled Dragon royal mansion to accompany his sister Murongshu to prevent her from being lonely. Bao Bao and Lone had come out to make their way with Qin Wushuang. Shang Yi continued to persuade him, "Brother, now the outside world is spreading such unfavorable rumors about you. Since you have not entered the Supreme Tao stage, I am worried that you will get surrounded and killed by them." However, Qin Wushuang was full of confidence. "Just right, I will use this wave of crisis to spur myself. Let's see if I can activate my power to the limit and break through the Supreme Tao barrier in one go." Qin Wushuang would certainly make a dash for the Supreme Tao stage without any suspense. The only problem was when he would succeed. To Qin Wushuang, time meant everything. Currently, he almost wished he could use one day as two. After all, there were only 15 years until the Heavenly Emperor election. The situation of the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan was even more precarious. With such a dangerous situation hanging above his head, Qin Wushuang did not have the capital to be lazy. Many elite warriors had walked the path of using killing as a substitute for training. Achieving a breakthrough in the midst of battle was indeed faster and more exciting than ordinary cultivation. After a moment of silence, Long Dabao nodded. All right, Su you should not stop Wushuang. Since he dared to make this choice, he must have his reasons. The path of martial arts training is destined to be arduous. Only those who can withstand the test of life and death can achieve great things. I am looking forward to Wushuang's future. I dare to say that after this calamity, Wushuang will certainly become the top elite warrior of the Tian Shen land and make the totem powerhouses look askance. Shang Yi did not speak anymore. He took a step forward and extended his palm to shake Qin Wushuang's hand tightly. He said in a low voice, "Brother, I am waiting for you to welcome me for drinks as the owner of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. This time, you must not break the promise." Big brother. Qin Wushuang was aware of Shang Yi's concern for him as he was also emotionally moved. "I promise you, in the future at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, we will not return until we are drunk. All right, then we will wait for you at the first-rate Dragon Palace." Shang Yi patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder and turned around to leave with Su Mi and Long Dabao. As Qin Wushuang watched the departing figure of everyone, he gave a light sigh. Bao Bao, lonesome. Listen well, the future situation will be extremely difficult. Most likely, you will face many dangers if you stay with me. You can decide whether you want to return to the Coiled Dragon Royal Mansion or travel with me. Boss, why are you still speaking such nonsense at this time? Think about how I am also a quasi-divine beast at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Boss, if you want to gain experience through battle, I also want to gain experience through battle. Bao Bao hooted. All right, then let's find a place and train for a few days. Vividly, I have grasped the profoundness of the peak of the common mysterious stage. It's a good time to break through and stride towards the supreme Tao stage. Boss, such a coincidence. I also feel that I have grasped the profoundness of the peak of the common mysterious stage. Ha ha, this time, I am going to compete with you. With the map of the endless Eastern Sea, it would not be difficult to find a place. Just as they were about to depart, suddenly, the expression of Qin Wushuang changed slightly. He turned around and said with an indifferent tone, "Stop." Bao Bao and Lonesome exchanged a glance and felt a burst of chilling courage. Bao Bao immediately initiated his discerning eyes. Ever since experiencing the battle at the Raging Flame Cliff, Bao Bao's eyes had become thoroughly red when he opened his eyes wide. Instantly, his line of sight became clear and pierced through the sky. Boss, there, the northwest corner. Bao Bao immediately discovered the enemy's tracks. This roar had made that enemy who had sneaked over feel somewhat astonished. He simply laughed. This stinky monkey has such skill. Bao Bao cried out with anger. He hated it the most when people called him Stinky Monkey. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 744. The nickname of the Stinky Monkey made Bao Bao fly into a rage. He roared, "Which bastard is it?" At the northwest corner, bursts of after-images swayed like waves in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before them. This person was dressed in fiery red armor and had an impressive figure. It was a woman, Mi Jiao, the sorceress of the Horned Dragon clan. "Humph humph, little monkey, you dare to call me a bastard? You are dead." Bao Bao was filled with anger. "So what if I called you? Who let you call me a stinky monkey?" Qin Wushuang extended his hand to stop Bao Bao. "Bao Bao, don't talk nonsense with her." With an indifferent gaze, Qin Wushuang looked at this aggressive woman. He knew that certainly this woman must have some status at the endless Eastern Sea. Or else, she would not have dared to run around alone. When Mi Jiao saw Qin Wushuang's cold gaze, she raised her pair of red phoenix eyes and shouted, "Hey, kid, have you never seen a beauty?" Qin Wushuang shook his head lightly. "Speak if you have something to say, leave if not." Mi Jiao had always been extremely confident of her charm. This was the first time a man sized her up with such indifferent gaze. Inwardly, she was 30% angry, but immediately, she became 60% angry. She revealed a strange smile. Keep pretending. Up until now, no one has been able to resist my charm. Kid, do you think you can appear different by pretending to be indifferent? Qin Wushuang felt that this woman was inexplicable. He spread out his hands. Miss, could it be that you chased after me to show your so-called charm to the passers-by? If that's the case, I am sorry, I cannot appreciate your charm. Flicking the bangs on her forehead, Mi Jia gave a long sigh. Hypocrite, such a hypocritical man. When she said this, suddenly she swung her hand and a fiery red long whip coiled around her hand. When she flipped it around, it drove the surrounding water to roll and set off waves of perilous waves. For the time being, there was an imposing manner that could overturn the river and overturn the sea. Qin Wushuang revealed a carefree expression and did not speak a word. Inwardly, he concentrated his attention and stayed alert. He knew that although this woman before him appeared ambiguous, she possessed extraordinary skills. Vividly, she had the presence of the supreme Tao. Once this woman made a move, she would be extremely terrifying. Hey, brat, do you know why I'm looking for you? Mi Jia shook the whip in her hand, as if she was playing with her prey. Bao Bao said angrily, she must have taken a fancy to my boss, right? But I'm sorry to tell you that my boss already has someone in her heart, and what? Mi Jia's eyes widened. Ha, besides, my boss likes the gentle type. He is not interested in rude women, not interested. Bao Bao clicked his tongue and gave a long sigh, this figure is nice, too bad. Mi Jia laughed instead of getting angry. Little monkey, are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Haha, it's a pity that your technique is so inferior. Would I be angry? Will you? Sigh, if you're angry, then be angry. It's so tiring to pretend that you're not angry. Mi Jia's expression turned cold, and she said in an icy voice, Little monkey, you've succeeded. I'll break your smelly mouth first. After saying that, he moved his body and rushed over like a ball of red flame. Bao Bao laughed mischievously and slid out with his legs. He cried out, ha, almost. Mi Jia asked leisurely, is that so? She shook her right hand and as if that long whip had intelligence, it transformed into a burst of fire snake and wrapped around Bao Bao's leg directly. Bao Bao turned pale with fright and immediately struggled. At this moment, Mi Jia only felt a burst of wind rushing at her from behind. A ball of purple flame rolled over at a high speed and rumbled directly at her back. Mi Jia swore, shameless, are you two fighting one? Along the way, she pulled and threw Bao Bao out. Bao Bao flipped in the air and roared, darn woman, tell me your name if you have the gut. Like a viper, Mi Jia's long whip transformed into 3 bursts of fiery electric snakes and shot to her back. Of course, the one that attacked from behind was the purple flame electric beast. When he saw these 3 electric snakes, he opened his mouth and swallowed them directly. Oh! The body of the purple flame electric beast swayed in the air. Midway, he turned around and retreated. Clearly, this purple flame electric beast also knew the power of this woman. When he saw her turn around, of course he did not dare to meet force with force. What kind of monster is this? He swallowed my electric snakes. Mi Jia was slightly surprised. After the purple flame electric beast swallowed Mi Jia's attack, his entire body immediately became dry as if he was about to explode. He roared, Boss, Bao Bao, I am going to break through. You guys hold it. With a mad roar, his figure pierced forward like lightning while carrying 2 bursts of shining white waves. Bao Bao was speechless. After a moment, he muttered and swore, such a disloyal guy. Qin Wushuang had been watching the battle from the side. He also knew that this woman had not used her full power. When he saw Bao Bao still wanted to charge forward, he shouted, Bao Bao, step back. Bao Bao scratched his head and looked at Qin Wushuang with confusion. Qin Wushuang said lightly, she is looking for me, stop first. Bao Bao nodded and roared at Mi Jia, hey, big-breasted woman, tell me your name. Under my boss's arrow, he does not kill nameless people. He does not kill nameless people. Are you trying to copy my style? Heh, little monkey, listen carefully. I'll never change my name or surname. My surname is Mi and my given name is Jo. People have given me the nickname of Witch of the East Sea. Eastern Sea Sorceress? Bao Bao was stunned. What kind of lousy title is this? Then I am called the Ancient Demon Ape. Have you heard of it? Am I Jo? Qin Wushuang mulled over this name. It seems that I don't have such a person among my enemies. Could it be, you are a disciple of that horned dragon clan? You do have some knowledge. Mi Jo stuck out her chest. That's right, I am the princess of the horned dragon clan, Mi Jo. Horned dragon clan, very good. Qin Wushuang nodded lightly. I just don't know how I have offended you, Miss Mi Jo. Then it's a lot easier to talk about. You are called Qin Wushuang, that's good, right? Mi Jo asked casually. That's right. Yes, you dare to admit it. Mi Jo nodded. That's right, I didn't find the wrong person. Could it be you are here to fight for justice for that Jiyu Xiao of the Hissing Moon Island? Mi Jo raised the corner of her mouth and said with disdain, who does Jiyu Xiao think he is? How could he be qualified for me to fight for him? If he wants to die, just die, it's none of my business. Qin Wushuang could not understand. Since that Hissing Moon Island and the Horned Dragon clan did not have a clear relationship, it would make sense if this woman had come for Jiyu Xiao. Could it be you are fighting for the Heavenly Emperor Gate? Qin Wushuang frowned. Mi Jo said with a displeased tone, the Heavenly Emperor Gate is nothing, they are even less qualified. It's not this, and it's not that. Could it be you are purely making fun of me to pass the time? If that's the case, forgive me for not having the time to keep you company. Qin Wushuang was displeased. All right, kid, I just find you an eyesore. At the Xian Yuan Mound, you can walk horizontally or vertically if you want. I don't care. However, you came to my Endless Eastern Sea with the title of the Ordeal Champion. Are you not bullying the Endless Eastern Sea for having no one? I can only teach you a lesson on behalf of the Endless Eastern Sea. Now, Qin Wushuang seemed to have understood the situation. It seemed that this woman had stepped out forcefully because his title as the Ordeal Champion was an eyesore to her. Qin Wushuang was not a person that liked to fight bravely and ruthlessly. If the other party had come to fight to the death, it would be easy to handle. He would kill her directly without a second word. However, clearly this woman was not the type of enemy that would fight to the death. If he were to kill her by accident, besides gaining another powerful enemy, it would not make any difference. If it were during normal times, Qin Wushuang would not fear her. However, with the current difficult situation, he did not know how many pairs of eyes were glaring at him covetously from behind. At this Endless Eastern Sea, it would be best to have one less enemy. At least, judging from the attitude of this woman, although she was pestering him endlessly, she was not a treacherous and cunning person. I must let her know the difficulty and back off, to stop pestering me. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang had some ideas. He raised his brow and said, Miss Mi Jo, I did not come to the Endless Eastern Sea to show off. I only have some urgent matters and I need to see the totem elite warrior of the Forefather Dragon clan. If you feel my title is an eyesore, in the future, I will go to the Horned Dragon clan to experience your divine skills. How about it? Mi Jo cast away her lips. Kid, you are not begging for mercy before fighting, right? She waved her hand and said impatiently, before I left, I thought it through. I must fight this fight. If you lose, give me the graceful spiritual bow. If you win, I will do whatever you say. Bao Bao joined in the fun. Everyone says that women have big breasts and no brains, it seems to make some sense. Are you not afraid that if our boss wins against you, he will sell you? Humph, not to mention that he has no hope to win, even if he wins, if he dares to sell, who would dare to take it? Mi Jo shook the long whip from her hand and laughed without the slightest restraint. Kid, I am telling you, a moment ago when I was playing with your subordinate, I did not use my true skills. If I were to fight you, I would not hold back. I would whip your little white face into a little black face. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. Miss Mi Jo, I know that perhaps you have already broken through the restraint of the peak of the common mysterious stage and grasped the power of the Supreme Tao. Perhaps, your identity as the eldest miss makes you feel that the sky is number 1, the earth is number 2, and you are number 3. However, I can tell you responsibly that once my murderous intentions surge, I cannot guarantee that you will come out unscathed. When fighting with me, you must be mentally prepared. That's right, big-breasted girl. I will remind you with good intentions that under my boss's arrows, a few Supreme Tao elite warriors have died. With just you, ha ha, Mi Jia said with a cold sneer, that's because the Supreme Tao elite warriors of the Shen Yuan Mound are too weak. I will let you know what's going on with the Supreme Tao of the Endless Eastern Sea. Take my move, kid. After she finished speaking, she waved her arm violently. Instantly, the fiery long whip from her hand seemed to be dancing like a long dragon. Overturning the river and overturning the sea, it spun into bursts of terrifying whirlpools. As soon as she unleashed the power of the Supreme Tao, it was this terrifying and astonishing. As soon as this whirlpool was formed, it immediately spread out rapidly to engulf Qin Wushuang at a rapid speed. Scarlet Dragon Dancing Divine Wave. With a delicate cry, Mi Jia's figure also swayed along with that gigantic whirlpool at a rapid speed. For the time being, one could not distinguish which part was the person, which part was the wave, and which part was the whip. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 745. Qin Wushuang activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and his body floated like a kite. Both of his feet stepped on the waves. Regardless of how that whirlpool was stirred up, Qin Wushuang always stood on the tip of the wind and waves. He was not shaken or swept in. The graceful spiritual bow in his hand merged with his golden body and emitted bursts of terrifying golden lights. His entire person was like a god sculpted from gold, appearing majestic and awe-inspiring. Inside the whirlpool, when Mi Jia saw Qin Wushuang riding the wind and waves so steadily, she was inwardly enraged. Her imposing manner became even more ferocious as she coiled her long whip to roll towards that golden body. That whip seemed to be able to stretch out infinitely as it extended out all of a sudden. Surrounding the golden body, it coiled hundreds of circles with lightning speed and wrapped that golden body into a giant dumpling. Inside the golden body, Qin Wushuang still remained expressionless as if he had turned a blind eye to the crisis. Mi Jia rolled her long whip and was about to use her power to bind Qin Wushuang. All of a sudden, something seemed to have pulled Mi Jia's dantian. Instantly, it seemed as if a hole had opened up in her dantian. A surge of divine power was pulled out forcefully from her dantian. Following the long whip, this surge of divine power spread to the other end of the whip at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was directly swallowed by that golden light. Next, the second surge of divine power was pulled out ruthlessly. Once, twice, thrice, Mi Jia's expression changed drastically as she berated, "What the hell is going on?" She immediately pulled back her dantian and spun the long whip around to loosen the binding on Qin Wushuang. Unexpectedly, that burst of golden light seemed to have a surge of magical power. It carried a powerful suction force that blocked her retreating momentum instantly. A trace of an imperceptible smile spilled from the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth. As soon as he tested her, he got the result. Indeed, this Mi Jia was an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao. With her identity as a member of the younger generation, she had achieved the Supreme Tao stage. Indeed, this endless eastern sea was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, Qin Wushuang had a question in his heart. With Mi Jia's astonishing talent, why didn't she go to the illusion Heavenly Lake last time? If this Mi Jia had possessed the power of the divine Tao, then no matter what, it would have been impossible for him, Qin Wushuang, to become the champion in the competition. Qin Wushuang had just fused with the graceful spiritual bow. With the help of the graceful spiritual bow's pressure, he had molded the protective golden light. Then, he had used the power of Deep North to combine the two. After trying it out, he had indeed succeeded in sucking out Mi Jia's divine power. To Qin Wushuang, the chances of engaging in close combat with a deity realm powerhouse was close to zero. Back then, no matter if it was Lei Yiming or Luo Tongtian, he had used the pressure and speed of the graceful spiritual bow to launch a surprise attack and catch the other party off guard. In addition to the advantage of long-range attacks, he was able to kill the two of them. This time, he also knew that Mi Jia's strength was about the same as Luo Tongtian's. She had just entered the divine path not long ago. Hence, her divine path realm was not very stable. Therefore, this had also provided Qin Wushuang with an excellent opportunity to engage in close combat. In the beginning, Qin Wushuang had felt this Mi Jia was troublesome. After a few rounds, he was secretly happy. The appearance of this Mi Jia was a great opportunity to train his troops. Fighting with this Mi Jia could be seen as a warm-up before engaging in a battle with a supreme Dao elite warrior. Qin Wushuang also knew that currently, the outside world had spread the rumor that he had inherited the ancient formation. The number of elite warriors he was about to face would be so many that he could not even count them. Therefore, he must cultivate the ability to engage in close combat with a supreme Dao elite warrior. He must become familiar with the power and combat style of a supreme Dao elite warrior. Only in this way, he would have more capital in the possible close combat he would encounter in the future. Because of this, Qin Wushuang did not use the movement advantage of the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Instead, he tried to use the power of Deep North. Ever since Qin Wushuang had entered the Void Martial stage, he had rarely used this divine skill. Currently, once he had succeeded in making a dash for the Supreme Dao stage, he could fully utilize the power of Deep North again. The training of the Supreme Dao stage was not about using divine power to refine the power of the divine soul to reach the immortal stage. Through this test, indeed, the power of Deep North would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. It could even absorb the power of the Supreme Dao. Clearly, this had greatly increased Qin Wushuang's confidence. Of course, Qin Wushuang knew that this Mi Jia was not a mortal enemy. When he made his move, he also left some leeway. After taking in 3 breaths, Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile and said with a clear voice, "Miss Mi Jia, between you and me, if it's only a competition of personal feelings, why bother to determine the winner?" Mi Jia was anxious and anxious. She pulled 3 times, but it did not move an inch. When she wanted to let go of her hand, that long whip seemed to have an invisible giant hand that grabbed her wrist tightly. It was difficult for her to even let go. Upon seeing this situation, Qin Wushuang withdrew the power of Deep North slightly. To Mi Jia, this withdrawal could be said as a sweet rain after a long drought. With a roll of her body, she immediately transformed into a ball of fire and retreated a few dozen meters away. Indeed, when she looked at Qin Wushuang's expression, it became complicated. Bao Bao jeered from the side, "Hey, big-chested woman, you seem to have lost, right? Why are you not surrendering and begging our boss not to sell you away? Humph, a moment ago I only let him have 3 moves when I saw that he was an outsider. Next, I am going to use my true skills." Mi Jia stomped her foot and raised her pair of white arms high up into the air. She made a gesture of holding up the sky with her palms. She appeared as tender and beautiful as a blooming red rose. Mi Jia stood on one foot and suddenly spun like a spinning top, rolling up a cyclone that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. She raised both arms, clang. Suddenly, 2 sharp dragon claws grew out from her arms. All of a sudden, the armor covering her entire body started to transform as it kept elongating. Like a ball of dough, her curvaceous body gradually elongated and transformed with astonishing momentum. Dragon transformation. Clearly, this Mi Jia was transforming into her true dragon form. Indeed, following the gushing out of a ball of fire-colored mist, that Mi Jia's body started to dance rapidly. Among the surrounding water, she rolled up waves of whistling sound. As she kept rolling, it seemed as if the entire sea was about to turn upside down. Mi Jia's face still retained her original human form. She reprimanded Qin Wushuang, "Qin Wushuang, if you can take 3 attacks from my body, I will let you leave here alive." Qin Wushuang was not afraid as he laughed leisurely, "Miss Mi Jia, I must admit that you are extremely imposing when you transform into your true form. However, In terms of imposing manner, do you think you can intimidate me? There is no need for 3 attacks. If you can block one of my attacks and not retreat, it will be your win. After he finished speaking, Qin Wushuang shook both of his arms. With a long whistle, he grabbed the graceful spiritual bow in his hand and knocked the shooting sun arrow in a perfect arc. At this moment, his imposing manner was like a red sun gushing up from the east. A ball of golden light and a ball of red light both possessed an imposing manner that could shake the heavens and the earth. They confronted each other in the water area of the endless eastern sea. The sea beasts in all 4 directions were endlessly terrified as they fled in all directions. Some of the timid ones even trembled from head to toe under the oppression of these 2 bursts of divine power. They did not even have the courage to escape. Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. "Emijio, don't you want this bow and arrow? If you can take it, I will give it to you. How about it? Shoot if you want. Do you think I am scared of you?" Red lights erupted from Emijio's entire body. The dragon scales on her entire body were also shining brightly and emitting astonishing dragon breath. Bursts of dragon breath gushed out and kept congregating before Emijio. It was as if sand had accumulated into a tower. In a moment, this dragon breath had congealed into a thick dragon breath shield before Emijio. "Come, Qin Wushuang. Let me see just how much weight the so-called genius of the Xian Yuan Mound has." With the arrow on the bowstring, Qin Wushuang had no distracting thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, he urged the purple cloud yin-yang wings and his body flew forward at a rapid speed. He shook his arm and the bow was like a full moon. Clang! The perfect arc, the perfect technique, and the perfect temperament. Carrying a burst of wild power, the shooting sun arrows dashed towards that dragon breath shield bravely and violently. This shield was congealed by the supreme Tao dragon breath. Most likely, even an elite warrior at the 8th calamity of the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage could not tear it apart easily. Therefore, Emijio had such confidence. When she saw the shooting sun arrows shooting at her at an astonishing speed, Emijio also kept adding dragon breath to that shield stubbornly. There was only one thought in her mind: I must defeat this guy and make him hand over the graceful spiritual bow obediently. Emijio was also confident. She wanted to rely on her own strength to defeat Qin Wushuang. Unexpectedly, when this graceful spiritual bow merged with Qin Wushuang, it was no longer at the same level as when he was training at the illusion Heavenly Lake. Even compared to when he had shot Luo Tongtian and Xin Wuji to death at the Phoenix Mountain, his strength and attack power had also increased greatly. Like an indestructible sharp sword, the fatal shooting sun arrows pierced directly into that shield. As if it had pierced through leather, it went in without a sound. In the next moment, the golden light inside that shield had suddenly expanded tremendously. Immediately, the shape of that shield had started to swell. Almost before one could react, a loud sound emerged, boom. The sound reverberated across the 4 seas. When the golden light broke apart, like a ferocious beast tearing its prey, it shattered that shield into pieces. When the shooting sun arrows were hit by this shield, their power had also reached the end of their flight. Qin Wushuang beckoned with his hand and that shooting sun arrows flew back to him. At the same time, Qin Wushuang had knocked another 3 shooting sun arrows on the graceful spiritual bow. He pointed at Emijio's real body from afar and said with an indifferent tone, "Miss Emijio, I can shoot 9 arrows in between breaths. I wonder, how many shields can you congeal in between breaths?" Emijio was dumbstruck, yet she was unwilling to admit defeat. Gritting her teeth, she swung her body and swept her tail forward. She shouted, "Then take my move." Chapter 746. When Qin Wushuang saw that Emijio's grab was no small matter, he knew how powerful it was. However, a resolute look shot out from his eyes. He pulled the graceful spiritual bow into a full moon and said in a low voice, "Miss Emijio, sorry for the offense." Emijio had witnessed the power of the graceful spiritual bow. When she saw that Qin Wushuang had 3 arrows in the full moon, she was also shocked. At such a close distance, whether she could block the 3 arrows from the opponent, Mi suddenly lost her confidence. However, that cold murderous intention in Qin Wushuang's eyes struck Mi's confidence. 100 zhong, 80 zhong, 60 zhong, 30 zhong. Qin Wushuang shouted loudly, "Open!" As the ball of light rushed forward, a ball of golden light suddenly surged out. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it surged out from the direction of Qin Wushuang. When Mi saw that the situation was not good, she abruptly sent out her indomitable aura. "Brat, you win." With a flash, Mi rushed up to the high ground. Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. "Miss Mi, you still made a fool of yourself." Mi suddenly realized that something was wrong. When she turned back to look, she saw that Qin Wushuang was still holding a bow and 3 arrows in his hand. It was basically condensed and not release. Mi was dumbfounded all of a sudden. She did not expect that Qin Wushuang actually did not release the shooting sun arrows at all. However, what was that golden light just now? Qin Wushuang put away the graceful spiritual bow indifferently and cupped his fists at Mi. "Miss Mi, sorry for the offense." No matter how swift and fierce Mi was, she also knew that she was indeed no match for this Qin Wushuang, unless the opponent was willing to put down the graceful spiritual bow. However, even when the opponent was not using the graceful spiritual bow, she had attacked with her long whip at the beginning. If this Qin Wushuang had not given her half a move, she was afraid that she would have already been defeated. Reverting back to her human form, Mi stood in the distance like a wooden chicken. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at Qin Wushuang as if she was looking at a monster. She stomped her feet and said with hatred, "Who asked you to be merciful? Just draw your bow." "Humph, still stubborn. If my boss was not soft-hearted, your body would have exploded from the golden light." Bao Bao scurried out from the corner proudly. Mi's complexion alternated between green and red. She stomped her feet and said, "I didn't ask you to show mercy. Qin Wushuang, you've done it." Qin Wushuang sighed and said, "Miss Mi, with your skills, if I didn't have the advantage of the graceful spiritual bow, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your match. Among all the experts of the younger generation I've seen, you're number 1. Whatever Xin Wuji or Jiang Kue, before Miss Mi, I am afraid they are all floating clouds." How could Mi not know that this Qin Wushuang was comforting her? She was upset, but she didn't know how to vent her anger. "Qin Wushuang, it's on you today. However, don't think that this young miss will give up just like this. One day, this young miss will let you have a taste of defeat." Mi was rather straightforward. Regardless of how she fought, she would lose. Even if she lost, she could afford to lose. However, Bao Bao mumbled to himself, "Is someone forgetful? What did you say a moment ago?" Mi glared at him. "Little monkey, it's not you who defeated me, why are you being so long-winded?" Bao Bao chuckled mischievously. "I am the spokesperson of my boss. Since you lost to my boss, I have the right to exercise the right on his behalf. I am just afraid that someone will renege on the debt." Mi could not keep her face straight as she said to Qin Wushuang, "Qin Wushuang, tell me, what should we do?" Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "As long as Miss Mi does not come to find trouble with me next time, I'm already grateful. How would I dare to have other requests?" Mi put on a stern expression. "Qin Wushuang, what do you mean? Do you think that I am making trouble without reason?" Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Inwardly, he thought, could it be that you are not making trouble without reason? However, in the end, he only thought about it inwardly and shook his head helplessly. Although Mi was tyrannical, she was not someone without brains. When she saw Qin Wushuang's expression, she immediately knew that Qin Wushuang was indeed thinking this way. Her stubborn temper flared up. "Qin Wushuang, this time I lost. I gave you a chance, but you did not grasp it. Later on, I will not acknowledge it. Since you are so afraid of trouble, humph humph, I will trouble you to death." Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. "Miss Mi, do you think that I don't have enough trouble?" Suddenly, Mi laughed and laughed. "Don't you humans have a saying? When you have too many lice, your body will not itch. Since you have a body full of trouble, you wouldn't care about me, right? Miss Mi, this is not a joke. Those people want to get me as soon as possible. If you find trouble with me, be careful of getting yourself involved in the trouble. Mi said with a cold sneer, you don't need to worry about this. Whoever finds trouble with me, they are seeking their own death. Bao Bao chuckled. You don't even know how to brag. If you were so powerful, how could you have lost to my boss? Mi said leisurely, I was letting him win a little, I saw how pitiful he looked. Initially, Qin Wushuang thought that this was only a big-breasted but brainless young mistress. Unexpectedly, this woman was such a hoodlum. When she talked nonsense, she appeared to be self-confident. Her face was not red and her heart was not beating fast. Such an unreasonable woman was extremely difficult to deal with. Qin Wushuang did not plan to experience it a second time. Among the 36 stratagems, he decided to leave. He called Bao Bao and said to Mi, Miss Mi, we still have matters to attend to, we will leave now. After he had finished speaking, he did not allow Mi to say anything else. He dragged Bao Bao and initiated the purple cloud yin-yang wings. A burst of light swept away as swift as a shooting star. Mi looked at the departing figure of Qin Wushuang leisurely. She flung her beautiful hair and flicked the fringe on her forehead. She chuckled mischievously. Stinky kid, you think you can escape from my entanglement by running away this fast? After she had finished speaking, she was not in a rush to chase after him. Instead, she walked at a leisurely pace and mumbled to herself, this little bastard does have some skills. That idiot Jiang Kuei did not lose to him unjustly. It seems that the talent of this little bastard would not lose to those totem disciples. When Mi thought here, she clenched her pink fists and said with determination, little bastard, sooner or later I will teach you a lesson, just you wait. At the endless Eastern Sea, don't think about escaping from my palm. Qin Wushuang dashed forward in a hurry and caused Bao Bao to be unable to refrain from laughing. Boss, that big-breasted woman cannot beat you, why are you so scared? Could it be you are scared that she will throw herself at you and not leave? Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, Bao Bao, do you think we don't have enough trouble? For that woman, we cannot beat her or kill her. If we don't hide from her, she will be a great trouble. Ah, boss, I think you are scared that she will throw herself at you, right? Bao Bao chuckled. Too bad my charm is not great enough. She calls me a stinky monkey. Qin Wushuang mocked him, Bao Bao, you are thinking too much, right? While they were talking, a burst of purple light shot up from afar. Under the support of that purple light, the body of the purple flame electric beast expanded endlessly. He dashed towards Qin Wushuang and the others. Ha ha, boss, Bao Bao, I also broke through. I am also at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. The purple flame electric beast had a great feeling of a slave turning over to become the master. After being suppressed by Bao Bao for such a long time, the purple flame electric beast held his breath and was waiting to explode. Bao Bao was not jealous. Instead, he beamed with joy and said, Senior Lone, do you feel proud and elated? However, it seems Boss and I are about to enter the peak of the common mysterious stage. If you want to catch up to us, you must work harder. Haha, for sure I can catch up to you guys. Ever since I entered the Eastern Sea, I feel as if a huge door has been opened for me. Everything is clear before my eyes. Bao Bao, I want to compete with you and see who will enter the Supreme Tao stage first. Bao Bao also became interested. Okay, let's compete. Boss, that crazy woman was sent away. The purple flame electric beast looked around. Ha, she was defeated by Boss. She wanted to repay you with her body, but was rejected by Boss. Bao Bao revealed a strange smile. Of course, the purple flame electric beast knew that Bao Bao was joking as he gave a long sigh. That woman is so powerful. However, thanks to her attack, after I swallowed it, I immediately felt a breakthrough. In the future, I truly hope to fight with her a few more times. Bao Bao laughed evilly. Senior Lone, it's not that I want to criticize you, but even if you break through, you are still far from being able to fight with her. In the beginning, that woman was only playing with us. When she fought with Boss, her strength was not to be underestimated. Boss is the most powerful. Before Boss, even those at the Supreme Tao stage could only flee at the mere sight of him. Boss, hurry and break into the Supreme Tao stage. I can't wait to see how you kill people at the Supreme Tao stage as if you were picking up grass. A trace of fascination appeared in Qin Wushuang's eyes. Killing people at the Supreme Tao stage as if they were picking up grass? Bao Bao, Lone, once we find the place, we will train in solitary training for a while. When we enter the peak of the common mysterious stage, it will be the last step before the Supreme Tao stage. Surely there will be a Supreme Tao stage. Yes, let's go. After half a month, a burst of golden light slowly retreated from Qin Wushuang's entire body. Surrounding his entire body, shards of golden light dispersed. He looked at Bao Bao in the distance. This little monkey should be about to break through, right? Indeed, during this solitary training, Qin Wushuang had successfully entered the peak of the common mysterious stage. Finally, he had officially stepped into this stage that he had never dared to imagine. And now, he was only one step away from that Supreme Tao stage. He could break through at any moment. When Qin Wushuang entered the peak of the common mysterious stage, he was different from the others. For the others, when they entered the peak of the common mysterious stage, there would be suspense as to whether or not they could enter the Supreme Tao stage, and when they could enter the Supreme Tao stage. However, Qin Wushuang was different. His foundation was already built with the Supreme Tao stage as the foundation. It could be said that stepping into the Supreme Tao stage was a natural process. For example, when building a house, the foundation was built according to the Supreme Tao stage. When building a building, one only needed to add layers. When one reached the Supreme Tao stage, it was only the process of going up the stairs. Initially, when he encountered the baptism of the divine light at the second and first loops of the seven deadly arrays formation, it was destined that Qin Wushuang would have this day where he would be cared for by the Supreme Tao. This was his personal effort, and it could also be said to be the arrangement of fate. When he took out the observant finger jade plate, Qin Wushuang felt somewhat strange. Since the Heavenly Emperor Gate is spreading rumors, certainly they know that I am at the endless Eastern Sea. However, the pursuers from the Heavenly Emperor Gate did not show that they have arrived at the endless Eastern Sea. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor Gate has already given up on pursuing me? This was impossible. Qin Wushuang would rather believe that a pig could climb a tree than believe that the Heavenly Emperor Gate would suddenly repent. Inside this, there must be a conspiracy that I am unaware of. Since that Luo Tongtian knows that I have the observant finger jade plate, perhaps the Heavenly Emperor has also guessed it. For sure, he must have a countermeasure to break my observant finger jade plate. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang felt a burst of apprehension. At the same time, he realized that perhaps the future battle would be even more difficult. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.